Good evening. Welcome to the June 15th Planning Board meeting. My name is Greg McWilliams. I'm the acting vice chairman of the board. Ingrid Richards cannot be here this evening. We have 4 public hearings, the first of which is Parth Knowles, but we're going to wait a couple of minutes on that because all the principals are not here. We're going to start with item number 2, which is the artist project. Their representatives are here. The way we're going to proceed is the applicants are going to have a few words, present any new information they have. We will then go to our consultants, get input from them, any memos they might have, and then we will open it up to the public hearing. Okay?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Peter Wise. I'm a member of the firm of Del Bello. Is this on? Yeah. Del Bello, Denellen, Weingarten, Wise, and Whitaker, and I'm pleased to be here tonight on behalf of Artist Senior Living. Mr. Chairman, last month we presented the site plan to you. On May 31, we presented to the board a written summary of what we believe the record shows over the 2 years that we've been in the town. And we have nothing additional to present to you or to add to that testimony tonight. So our only request is that after you consult your own team and hear any remaining testimony, that you close this hearing and move this application to a decision stage. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. David, notice we have a memo from you.
No, not tonight.
Okay.
Not a new one, but we do have memos, I think, from
Steve Coleman and also
Nancy Arson, so we should go over those.
Okay. Steve?
Hear it now.
Based on review of the materials that were submitted at the last public hearing, I thought it would be helpful to summarize the wetland issues associated with this project. And the first thing I wanted to point out is that the wetland delineation that was completed is consistent with the criteria that's outlined in Chapter 105 of the Town Code. And what's customary, one of the issues that had come up is that, concern about identifying the full extent of wetland resources that are on the adjacent properties. And in my experience, what boards often do is require the outer boundary of the wetland to be either approximated, or if permission is granted to access the property, actually flag that outer boundary. That's what was done in this case, and I did a field investigation and confirmed that the wetland boundary is consistent with the criteria in our code. And so that was the key thing there. And then with in the wetlands ordinance, with some of the changes, one of the things I'd like the applicant to do is submit a wetland delineation report and the data sheets that are typically required for the wetland analysis, and that'll just complete the record for the criteria in the code. The planning board had asked to show a map of the adjacent wetland resources, which the applicant did submit at the previous submission, and I have reviewed that. They relied on Westchester County GIS mapping resources, and I think because of the inability to survey, locate, and identify everything off-site because of private property, the maps do represent, I feel, an accurate representation of the extent of wetland types on the adjoining property. So it gives a picture of what's available and what's currently adjacent to the property. One of the things I wanted to point out, and the purpose of the wetland ordinance is, right in the code, I had put in my memo what the criteria is in the code for determining when a wetland permit is needed. And I think the most important point is that the wetlands ordinance is set up to be a permitting ordinance. You have to meet certain parameters, criteria, and standards, that are evaluated, and then a decision is rendered by the approving authority, whether it's the building inspector or, in this case, the planning board. The reason this project is before the planning board is because it exceeds the thresholds under regulated activities in the wetlands code. For example, placement of a structure, any form of draining, dredging, excavation of removable material, modifications of natural features and installation of drainage, that kind of thing is what triggers, typically, the need to have planning board review. And I think one of the things that I always look at is the existing conditions of a site, and also, in the code and the intent in the ordinance is to strike a reasonable balance between, individual property rights and wetland protection. And so the standards and the performance criteria that are in the wetland code look at those, characteristics to, balance, a person's ability to utilize their property and provide adequate wetland protection. And based on, the current plan, which, they have not submitted anything new, but the artist's property, the application is only encroaching within the wetland buffer. There's no direct wetland disturbance. The wetland does slightly encroach on the actual property, but the disturbance is restricted to the wetland buffer area. And based on my assessment was based on the current plan that they've presented in front of the board, since my involvement. The site plan, their proposed preferred plan has not changed, and so my assessment was based on, that plan. And it's my recommendation that the applicants demonstrated that loss to the wetland buffer is unavoidable. And based on the wetlands code, it's required to do what's called a wetland mitigation plan, and we've worked with them to create a overall mitigation strategy, and it includes several things. One is, you look at, the location of the wetland, existing conditions proposed, and then, they submit a plan that tries to address restoring and enhancing and improving the functional value of the impact of wetland buffer area. And based on their plan, they're proposing there's a total of 24,770 square feet of wetland buffer on the property. And of that, 31% of the buffer will be permanently converted to building and impervious area. And then approximately 69% will remain in existing condition, vegetated or covered with, and we have requested as part of the mitigation impervious surface materials. And so the mitigation plan they submitted, they looked at what they could do to, work within that parameter, and they're proposing 10,790 square feet of wetland mitigation, which represents approximately 43% of the buffer area. And the strategy that we've worked with them on includes an invasive species removal plan, expansion with new plantings within the remaining buffer areas along both the rear and sides of the property, stabilization of the intermittent water course channel, and conversion of walkways and paths to permeable pavement materials, to allow, to promote infiltration and less impervious surfaces within the remaining buffer area. And, based on my review, I think they've maximized what they can do on site given the proposed layout that they have, within the buffer area. The stormwater management, I would defer to Dan CRC for his review. But there was a couple of things that came up previously. I had recommended as a supplement to the stormwater plan a device called the Downstream Defender, which is a stormwater practice to improve water quality within existing water courses and other, stormwater runoff. And I had recommended as a means to treat the water that flows through the property that the applicant is not proposing not to do anything with. It was an additional measure to provide some water quality benefit. The downstream defender, how it works is it filters the water through and it traps non-point source pollutants, including petrochemicals, and could be sediment, could be debris, it could be different types of uses, and it also filters out phosphorus, which is one of the biggest nutrients that affects water bodies. And in my experience, when we've done water testing on multiple streams and tributaries, is there's a very high nutrient loading, and so these type of practices are often used as part of a stormwater plan to attempt to deal with water quality issues and promote an improvement within the watershed, such as the Bocanico. The concern was about the impact of potential fish and other aquatic organisms that may be within the culverted system that goes underneath the artist's property. And based on that, I did talk with the applicant's consultant to see if there was a way to design the structure to minimize impact on potential fish species. And they did come up with a strategy, but based on the concern about that resource, it's my recommendation that it's not a critical component of the stormwater plan. Stormwater plan complies with New York State DEC standards, so if the planning board chose to request that that not be included, I'm fine with that recommendation. The other component that came up, which I would commend Gareth for looking at, is also, this was prior to my involvement, but the applicant is redirecting and changing the existing culvert that will travel under the property. And one of the things that we would just request is that they show a detail on the plan that follows New York State guidelines for stream crossings and for culverts. And the principal area there is to make sure that the culvert is sited at the proper elevations to allow migration of fish and aquatic organisms. And so, we would just request that a detail be provided on that plan, on the plan going forward. And then one of the things that I always recommend also is a 5-year wetland mitigation and monitoring plan, which identifies, key parameters and performance standards that the applicant will have to meet with all the proposed mitigation strategies. And this will there'll be annual reports and a maintenance fund associated with it, so that it's a way for the town to make sure that the mitigation strategies are implemented properly and then also evaluated and enforced during that time period. Usually after 5 years, if everything is done well, the plants and the site has an opportunity to stabilize and function as intended. So that's pretty much my review. I mean, one of the things that, to clarify with the downstream defender, that's not proposed as part of the wetland mitigation plan. It's designed to be a supplement to the stormwater plan. So I just wanted to clarify that too, because the issue had come up, that was not a recommended mitigation measure, and the intent in my previous memos was that it was part of the stormwater plan for water quality. So in summary, based on the information that I reviewed on the proposed plan, I feel that the mitigation measures will offset the impact to the wetland buffer area, and it's my recommendation that the board should consider issuing an amended, negative declaration. So any questions or?
Since we received a set of plans, but subsequent to that, I had conversations with the applicant's engineer, and we went through some things. There's some preliminary drawings that we went through, and I just wanted to summarize what we've asked to do, and some of that has been provided to me on a preliminary basis, but I want to memorialize that by virtue of this memorandum. The first comment was to provide a profile of the drainage line that conveys the off-site runoff. This would be the line that is conveying the runoff from the watershed in the rear of the property and the new connection out to North State Road. Second comment was provide a profile of the drain line and the infiltrators from the drain line inlet non-through drain manhole number 2. And it's just a technical thing we wanted included in the plan set. So one of the issues that Steve brought up earlier, our comment was the plan shows a downstream Defender proprietary stormwater practice. Since compliance with the New York State DEC general permit for stormwater discharges does not require this device in the location shown, I have no objection to the practice being eliminated. So from the point of view of me having to certify that the SWIP has been prepared in conformance with the general permit, that the elimination of that does not cause me to be unable to sign that document. So as Stephen mentioned, it really would fall on the board if you feel to eliminate it, because it's really not required. It's really a belt and suspenders type of thing, and does really not affect the runoff originating from the applicant's site. It's there solely to provide some treatment of the off-site wetlands. Again, a technical thing, include a revised drain inlet number 3 detail, which provides an emergency overflow in the plan set. Number 5, a small area located in the northwest portion of the property has a small area of moderately steep slopes that will be regraded to facilitate the proposed project. Although the area appears to be below the threshold for regulation of the town's steep slope protection law, disturbance by slope category should be tabulated to confirm. It's a very small area, but I think it would just be cleaner to, probably just put it on the plan as a little table just to confirm there's no steep slope issues with the application. And then finally, provide an addendum to the SWIP that reflects the modifications to the drainage system discussed with the engineer. And that addendum would also include elimination of the downstream Defender should the board choose to eliminate that practice. Okay.
Now I'm going to open up to the general public. If anybody has any comments about this project? Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
James West, 4 Greenway, Sleepy Hollow. I wanted to speak in behalf of a resident of the river watershed. I work with a group in the watershed. I work with Riverkeeper in doing water quality testing, and I work with the town of Mount Pleasant with doing a natural resource inventory study. So I have an opinion on wetlands and protecting the environment. This project, I think, is too big for this site. I think it's going to impact the environment around it. I think that it's encroaching on the wetlands, and I think you, as a board, should represent this town and comply to the code that this building, this structure is within the boundaries of the code for wetland buffers. So I strongly ask you to enforce that code. And if this proceeds, I would also, as Garrett had pointed out, to think about the habitat that is in before upstream and downstream. There's a connectivity that we have with habitat and I don't think that the right angles that are shown on the plan work for habitat, that they should be more natural, straighter, friendlier, and I think it should address the pipe, that it should support habitat. I don't know what kind of pipe was planned. I know a lot of fill is going into the site, changing the profile. That's going to have an impact for the properties around it. The other thing, design of the facility that impacts the neighbors around it might be considered. Could you design something that blends in to the environment, colors, things like that? So again, I think there's code on the books that speak to this structure and where it's being built. There's a reason for the code. Also in the code, it speaks of the LWRP. And is this project, or has anybody considered that and doing an EIS study? And how is it impacting the properties around us? Again, thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yep. Okay. I'm Mitzi Elks, Chairperson of the Environmental Advisory Committee. And I would like to read the letter that was sent to Chairperson Richards for the record, or to the record. That was dated May 25th, 2016, regarding 553 North State Road wetlands, watercourses, and wetlands buffers. On behalf of the town, dear Chairperson Richards, on behalf of the Town of Ossining Environmental Advisory Committee, EAC, this committee has reviewed the submitted environmental documents as prepared by Keller Sessions Consulting and the town's wetlands consultant, Mr. Stephen Coleman, for the following application before the Planning Board. Artist Senior Living, 553 North State Road. The submitted application for development at 553 North State Road on 1.5 acres is a proposed 34,000 square foot multi-story facility with a circular driveway and 32 parking spaces situated in the front to replace a 2,100 square foot home and driveway. The problem with this proposed development is that there are watercourses and wetlands located on and around this parcel. And just to reiterate Mr. Coleman's statement of this evening, there are wetlands on this property. If this facility is built as proposed, nearly what we calculate as 75% of the wetlands buffers that should be protected under our wetlands regulations will be disturbed and destroyed. Reference the Code 105, freshwater wetlands, watercourses, and water body protection. And we cite in our letter the link to the code. As Sade and Nick cited at the last planning board meeting, our new wetlands regulation, adopted in December 2015, 6 months, not even 6 months ago, is intended to raise the level of protection of these very types of wetlands and their buffers, i.e. multi-functioning, valuable ecological resources, and elevate the ability and obligation of the planning board to do just that and protect the buffers. As you can see on the maps that were submitted with this letter, there were 4 maps and they were presented at the last planning board meeting. And as confirmed on the site walk that was performed by the EAC, there is an abundance of wetlands and watercourses on and around this property, not disputed. This information was documented and confirmed in the reports of the applicants, our town's wetlands consultant, Mr. Coleman, and the EAC. Furthermore, it was documented by Mr. Coleman that the potentially disturbed wetlands buffers have value. These maps that were submitted also illustrate that this site is located in the headlands of the Pocantico River watershed. Particularly noteworthy is that the watershed has had a history of severe flooding, as most of you know, multiple times over the last 15 years. The aforementioned regulation was amended to protect this very type of vulnerable area and prevent additional flooding and loss of wetlands and their buffers. Building this proposed development could jeopardize the Mechanical River watershed and instigate further flooding, particularly in this North State Road corridor area and downstream along Route 100 and through to the tree streets of Briarcliff. We ask the planning board to fulfill their duty to not only our community, but also to generations to come, such as Sade and Nick, and future generations, and protect the wetlands buffers extending 100 feet away from the identified wetland at the rear of this property. We rely on you, the planning board, to abide and stand by the town environmental regulations. Now is the time for the planning board to strike the balance between smart development and the protection of our natural resources. A memory care facility would be a wonderful addition to our community, either at a different site or at this current site, proposed site, as a smaller facility. We sincerely thank you. Ms. Young.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ken Camber. I live at 84 Morningside Drive. And my property is adjacent to the proposed property. I had a...
Lift the mic up, lift it
I
up.
gotta go up. Thank you. You got what I said, right? Okay. So, a couple of things. At the last planning board meeting, I asked a bunch of questions, and I'm just procedurally, I'm not sure when do we get a reply to those questions. So it's more of a procedural formality, because as an adjacent property owner, I would think that that would be addressed at some point in this process. So I'd like to know at what point does that happen, because we had asked for that. And over the last 2 years, maybe 3 years, we've been asking a lot of questions. We've never got an answer to any of our questions, so that would be nice if a little feedback back, just to see. And so one of those key questions that we had asked was, because they're adding 6 feet of material to the current site, that's going to create a steep slope. So I believe if I calculated right, based on the current maps, that's a 30-foot slope that they're creating onto our property, or that's going to leach onto our property. And I'd like to know, is that assumption correct? And where does a map show that what that slope would be? Because I don't believe that exists, and that would be around the entire perimeter, because I believe they're filling in the entire space 6 feet short of where the house is, because that's already 6 feet high. That's my understanding. So correct me if I'm wrong in that, and I'd like to know what that slope is, and if that is in accordance with the town code. You know, and I guess overall, the entire project, I just believe that for the project, but not of that size, and that's a key point. I'm concerned about the town of Ossining, and that the town board administers the code that's on the books. I'm sure you're doing the same. So Artis' concern about their profit and loss is really not my concern, nor is it your concern. I think the project is too big for the size for that property. And they should look for an adjacent property if they can't make that property work within their P&L. So that's all I have to say.
But this is what's proposed. I think what we're concerned about is, and then I'll get into my speech here, this is what exists now, this is the high, this is the low, this is what they're proposing. Right here, this distance from here to here, about 30 feet, about 7 foot rise. I estimated about 28% slope. So that's what Ken was thinking about, that we're concerned about. Sorry, just didn't ready that in the mic. I'm Donna Shara at 84 Morningside Drive. same property as Ken. My primary objective for the review of the Artist Senior Living proposal remains as it has since November 2013, that the wetland and stream on my property are protected. I ask that no decisions about the proposal be rendered tonight and that the public hearing remains open. There's a lot of questions that have not been answered, and I think it would be unconscionable to close the public hearing when we haven't gotten answers to very serious questions. Many of the other town's residents that have been impacted by other proposals before this board have had a long series of public hearings, and I think we should be allowed that until everyone has all the answers clearly established. Sensible development is possible, development which balances a property's owner's right to build with the need to protect our natural resources, as is the intent of our comprehensive plan and our town code. Regarding the wetland buffers, the Keller Sessions letter dated April 18th, 2016 states that there's no reduction in the size of the building that would entirely eliminate buffer area loss, but would also yield a project financially viable, and that would meet the applicant's investment-based expectations. The planning board should require a reduction in the size of the structure to lessen the wetland buffer loss. Planning decisions for our town should never be made based on an applicant's investment-based expectations. Adequate buffers for our town's few remaining wetlands should be required, as is the intent of the law. Regarding existing conditions as determination for buffer, Mr. Coleman in his memo dated April 19th, 2016 states that, quote, "the condition of the existing buffer area has been severely altered," end quote, and cites this as reason to recommend the applicant permanently destroy the wetland buffers. To use the argument that degraded existing conditions warrant the permanent destruction of wetland buffers avoids the fact that the purpose of the buffers is to protect the wetland and watercourse and rewards those responsible for the property's degradation. The responsible parties should be held accountable, not rewarded by permitting a site plan that necessitates the destruction of wetland buffers. This wetland is unique with surrounding highly suburbanized and manicured landscape and a business district, and is one of the last vestiges of connectivity in the North State Road area, increasing its importance and necessity to protect it. The planning board should require an increased wetland buffer area. Regarding mitigation, the requirements to mitigate tree loss, mitigate wetland buffer loss, and to adequately screen a general business development from residential properties are three separate requirements under the town code. Right now, they are meeting the 15-foot setback requirement for the properties between general business and residential. The planning board should require a tree inventory of existing trees. The replacement plant materials should include the same or similar species as those removed, and should be a comparable amount of biomass to what would be lost. It seems like all the other developments provided a tree inventory. Like, I don't know why this one has not. And I also would like to just point out, perhaps it's blatantly obvious, but I don't know that there's any amount of perennials that would replace a 36-inch diameter oak tree. There's no types of trees like that being replaced. They're all being taken down, and it's small trees that are being put back, except for the white spruce in the wetland buffer area, which is inappropriate, to say the least. It's not a plant for a wetland area. The planning board should require that the applicant provide a separate mitigation calculation for the wetland buffer loss and a separate calculation for the zoning requirement for screening. As per code 105-10B3, mitigation intrusion into the buffer area shall be such as to preserve the ecological characteristics and functions of the associated wetlands. And I include that because I think that the landscaping plan, the mitigation plan, is really more like a gardening plan rather than a wetland mitigation plan. The planning board should consider the proposal to use porous pavers as part of the applicant's stormwater pollution production plan, not as compensation for wetland buffer loss. Regarding fill and excavation, the DeBello, Denellen, Weingarten, Wise, and Whitaker, did I get it? Letter of May 31st, 2016 states on page 5, quote, "The proposed site plan requires an import of approximately 5,875 cubic yards of fill, which will be accompanied by manifest documents to ensure that it's clean and suitable for its intended use," end quote. And that, quote, "The maximum depth of fill is 6 foot in a small area in the front of the southwest corner of the building outside the on-site buffer area," end quote. And that cut and fill slopes will not be steeper than a gradient of 1B to 2H. Just to put it in perspective for the public, I looked it up, I might be wrong, maybe somebody can verify, but to my investigation, the largest dump truck, or one of the largest, takes 15 cubic yards. That means it'll be about 320 dump trucks, loads of fill, coming to a 1.5 acre property, just to put it in perspective. We request, and next to a wetland and a stream, we request that the applicant provide the following information: an analysis of the proposed creation of steep slopes indicating the specific slope percentages and the specific amount of area for each of the varying proposed slopes, so to determine the overall slope type by town code number 167-2.A. Analysis of all the slopes directed towards the wetland and Mechanical River tributary, providing the specific slope percentage for each of these varying proposed slopes. So on the one, the topography goes down. So where the house is located now, it's higher, and it goes down to the low point over by the car dealer where the culvert is. So we want to know what that change is going to be. An explanation as to how the proposed slopes will meet the town code requirement 167-5B5, which says, "All regrading shall blend in with the natural contours of the land." Well, this is not blending. Right now, it slopes towards the middle where the stream was and now the culvert is, and they're changing it to a mount. So it's going to be up here, sloping down on all 4 sides. That is in direct opposition to this code. An explanation as to, we would also like number 4, an explanation as to how the storm water will not flow down the created slopes which end at a wetland and tributary in opposition to the rules of gravity. The regrading will change the existing inward slope of the property, as I said, and it's going to have a 28% slope towards the tributary. This has every potential for negative impacts, particularly with the inability of gutters or newly created slope planting areas to handle stormwater during large rain events, as examples. The planning board should require the applicant to propose reduced regrading elevations and require that regrading blend in with the natural contours of the land as required by law. If this proposal can't do that, then they need to get another site. This is not Oklahoma, and all of their demonstrations that they show what the building's going to look like is on like a pancake. It looks like a pancake, and that's not what this property is. The planning board should require that imported fill be subject to approval by the approval authority prior to the soil arriving on site, based on soil analysis for pH, the percent of organic matter, nutrients, and heavy metals, and the specs for organic material content. So if they wait for it to be delivered to find out if everything's okay, and then, I mean, that's a little bit too late. What are you going to do with it? It needs to be approved before it gets delivered. So the watercourse relocation. The culverted watercourse should be relocated to the north side of the property, as I stated last time. I also stated, it is my understanding, and the planning board should look into this, an Army Corps of Engineers permit, as I understand it, is required for the work that they're doing on the stream. Not for the culvert change, but where they're changing a lot of the stream area on the 557 North State Road property. And that when they start changing a stream bed, they need to get a permit, a nationwide permit, to my understanding. So the planning board should look into that. I also would like to know, we're pretty far into this, has anyone found out if the 557 North State Road has even granted permission for them to do the work on the stream on their property? Because that work that they're proposing is not on their property for the stream. So when you look at the site plan, where they have that big
elliptical, that is on 557 North State Road. So we're doing this whole review of this thing. Has anyone asked permission of that property owner? That'd be something to find out, because you're approving this whole repositioning of a stream without knowing if that's even feasible. Regarding demolition, as permitted by Town Code number 105-7A2A6, the planning board should require the applicant to identify the location of all wells and depths thereof and all sewage disposal systems. I think this is really important. It doesn't say that you're required to do that, but why aren't you asking? This is a 1946 building that's going to be demolished. It's 13 feet from our property. It's about 3 feet from the wetlands, and it's in the wetland buffer. There has to be septic systems there. It was used as a 2-family home. There's probably 2 septic systems there, and there's probably fuel tanks. And it's an old, so they could have buried one and they could have another one, and it could be leaking. So these questions should be asked, and I don't understand why no one's asking them. And there's asbestos siding, there's probably lead, and no one's asking any questions about the demolition. And it's right next to the Canoco River tributary. And I speak for my husband and myself. We would like to be notified when this demolition is going to happen. I think that is only fair, that we are told about it, and we're told about any of the precautions that are being taken. And we also, I'm asking, and I've asked several times, that the planning board require a risk mitigation plan if something goes wrong with this demolition, because there could be a lot of contaminants. And then who picks up the bill for remediation? It was stated in the letter that I mentioned before that a lot of the people speaking at the public hearing are using inaccurate information. I'm trying my best. I've been researching for almost 3 years, and I try to present all the best information I can. I can say that there's been a lot of mistakes all around. I have mentioned the SECRA neg deck before that had a lot of mistakes in it. It says it's going to be amended, and I don't need to go through them again. I think I've exhausted that, I'm pretty sure, to everyone's opinion, but that should be corrected and amended. And also, it took 2 years to get anyone recognized there was a stream. So I can say that when accusations of inaccuracies are being bantered about, there's a lot of people that can take blame for that. Also, the original application said the project would take 18 months, and yet the latest application says a year. So I'd like to verify how long this project's going to take. I'd like that to be verified. I think that's a reasonable question to ask. And then I'd like to know how the applicant would be held accountable to the timeline. The reason for the timeline, when you're doing fill and you're doing mitigation, a calendar year is an important thing. So if it's more than a calendar year, there's different potential impacts. So the buffer area calculation, the Keller Sessions off-site map dated May 9th, 2016 shows that the watercourse exists on our property, which is great. The location, as they have indicated, is inaccurate and illogical as the stream flows responds to the existing topography. Artists of Senior Living states in several documents the amount of buffer area on the 553 North State property based on the current and prior town code. The outer limits of the watercourse location on our property has never been delineated or surveyed, and I'm not asking that it is. I understand the outer edge of the wetland is all you need to determine the wetland buffers. But that said, if you're not going to delineate where that stream is, then you cannot put out an amount of previous buffer and as a comparison to the old law to the new law, because they're not considering where they have the stream is about 80 feet different from where it actually is. So they should not be using that. And by town code, the North State Road property includes 24,773 square foot of wetland buffer, all of which they want to destroy. 553 North State, regarding the wetlands and the Canoco River, tributary, unless something's happened since that letter was written. The applicant's representatives stated emphatically that no wetlands exist on the 553 North State Road property. I'm going to get one of my boards. So I blew up the site plan. This is artist's site plan, the existing conditions from August 2015. There's wetland flag, wetland flag, wetland flag, wetland flag. That's on their property. On their property. So it needs to stop being said. So the planning board should require that all the final site plans include the accurate location of the Pecanico River tributary. It's on the existing conditions page. And they acknowledge reference to all that all reference to the previous buffer amounts not be considered because they're not accurate, and that the applicant acknowledge the existence of wetlands and the Pecanico River tributary on their property. Regarding performance bonds, the planning board should require substantial performance bonds for the possibility of unanticipated damages due to the repositioning of the watercourse culvert, pesticide usage, which I haven't even mentioned here. They're going to be using glyphosate for 5 years on the wetland, fill and demolition, all in the vicinity of a wetland and a watercourse. Regarding agreements, the planning board should require that all agreements made by the applicant and their consultants in writing or during public or private meetings must be included on the final site plan. So there was a lot of agreements in the Keller session letter that they wouldn't use dyed wood chips. They wouldn't. There was like all kinds. They've used only native plants in the wetland buffer area, and I have not seen any change. They have not submitted another landscape plan, so that agreement needs to be on the site plan. These final plans should be closely scrutinized prior to approval, using the problems which arose with the 558 North State Road and Hawks Crossing developments as examples as to the necessity of this. The final site plan should be made available to the public prior to the planning board approval. Now, I just want to clear up something. The last time I was talking, I mentioned approvals. I was upset that approvals were being agreed to prior to the finish of this review, and I was called out on it, rightfully so. So I am going to now read the exact quote, and it's actually determinations. They didn't use the word approval, it's determinations. Stephen Coleman's memorandum to the planning board dated April 19th, 2016. That's April 19th of this year, and we're just doing the public hearings now. On page 3, the 4th bullet, quote, "It is my understanding that the planning board has determined that there is no reasonable on-site alternative to the proposed activity and that the proposed development layout has been vetted and went through a series of design changes to reduce overall impact," end quote. It is my strong belief that no determination should be made until this review process is finished. And I believe that's the way it's supposed to happen. In conclusion, the applicant has submitted a proposal which meets the requirements for a general business property, district property, that doesn't have wetlands, watercourses, or wetland buffers. 553 North State has wetlands, a Pecanico River tributary, and 24,773 square feet of wetland buffers. The planning board should require the applicant to resubmit a proposal that includes both a reasonable reduction in the size of the structure and wetland buffers. We have a responsibility to protect our natural resources. Thank you for considering my remarks.
My name is Wendy Masterman. I live at 10 Morningside Court in Ossining. I'm chair of the Concerned Citizens of Ossining. At the last meeting, the chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee, Mitzi Elk, spoke and provided some very important information. She discussed the wetlands downstream and how the connectivity of the streams which run through this property flow into the Pocantico Reservoir. She also stressed the fact that the drainage pipe that has been described by the applicant and consultants is actually a culverted stream running diagonally through the property. Mitzi also expressed her concerns that 75% of the buffer will be disturbed and destroyed. In a letter dated May 31st, 2016, from the artist lawyers, they stated, quote, they respectively submit that the vast majority of the hearing testimony is best described as unsubstantiated opinions and conclusions by persons who are not qualified experts with respect to matters about which they testified. I find this very offensive. You have not heard unsubstantiated opinions. Speakers have cited town codes, wetland maps, and other pertinent information. Mitzi Elks has many years as an environmental activist and as EAC chairperson, reviewing environmental impacts of many proposed actions. In fact, 20 years ago, when I went before this planning board as an applicant for our child care center, Mitzi actually sat at that table with the members of the board and its consultants. The material she presented last week was verified on maps. How could this possibly be considered unsubstantiated or an unsubstantiated opinion or conclusion? The same letter quoted the town code, which states that mitigation shall be permitted as compensation only for unavoidable wetland, watercourse, water body, and buffer losses, and that such losses are necessary and unavoidable only if there are no reasonable on-site alternative to the proposed activity, including a reasonable reduction in density or a revision of a road, building utilities, and/or lot layout. Section 105-10.A of Town Code. It then goes on to read, Mr. Hoflich's suggestion is technically feasible. This sounds like there's a reasonable on-site alternative to me. Another option, of course, is reducing the size of the building. The town of Ossining recently revised its environmental codes to improve protection of wetlands and watercourses. I join with the EAC in asking this board to require wetland buffers as in the code and the intent of the code of our town's comprehensive plan. As a side, at many, many meetings over the years, we have heard that this board answers to the law. This is the law. Why are we going to let it happen?
Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask board members. Yes.
Good evening. I'm Luciano Donato, I'm the president of the board of the land development, and he tried to say, nice piece of property, very flat. He tried to say it's a wetland, all of this. It's impossible. I can't believe it myself. Everybody, you guys, you go walk there. So you see right now, drop the water, you don't see nothing. It's a little stream coming up in the brook. You don't make a wetland confront with a little stream that come down. It's a different story. He tried to tell that my piece of property, no worth nothing because it's a wetland. I don't see drop the water on my property. It's one thing good for North State Road, get there, the thing for the town of Ossining, it's a good investment. This is what I want to say, this is what I think. It's a good investment, when it is, no school and fire, no traffic, it's a big money, it takes a road of the time. Thank you for your time, for your free time.
Do any of the board members have comments?
Good evening. I'd like to make a few comments regarding the downstream defender that Stephen Coleman spoke about. If there is a way to use the downstream defender on only the runoff from the parking lot of Artis, I think that would be a good thing. It would not be a good thing to have it in line with the existing stream for the reasons that Mr. Coleman mentioned, in that it would block aquatic organism migration. If the downstream defender cannot be used in that way solely for the filtering of the parking lot, then I would advocate getting rid of it altogether, which I think Mr. Coleman and Dan Ciarcia both said they would be okay with. So I just wanted to state my preference that it be kept if it can be used only for the parking lot. Otherwise, eliminate it. Also, to the the other comment that Mr. Coleman made about the perched culvert appurtenances. I noticed that on the site plan that you submitted last August, that there are two details showing a catch basin and another culvert connection of some kind that both have show the input pipe at a higher elevation than the output pipe. That's what's called a perched connection. And such perched connections are incompatible with migration of fish and other aquatic organisms, and do not comply with New York State DEC guidelines for that kind of migration. So I just wanted to point out that as per Stephen Coleman's recommendations, those be changed in addition to any others that are perched or otherwise incompatible with the DEC regulations or guidelines. So, okay, good. That's important. I'd still like to hear the percentage of the buffer that is going to be vegetated. I've heard some composite values that are interesting, but not really what I'm hoping to find. I've heard that 60% will be either unchanged from its current vegetative status, or will have permeable pavers. But I don't know what the percentage is that will actually be vegetated, which is where it becomes useful as animal habitat. So I'd still like to ask for that number. I don't think I've heard it yet. You may have it directly.
I have the square footage.
No, this is the composite value. 69% will be vegetated and or covered with pervious surface materials. So I'm looking for just the vegetated. Yeah.
Just a chart here on mitigation plants. We have the square footage of the plantings, and mitigation plantings is 6,690 square feet. Combination with invasive species removal, which then provided on-site mitigation, is 10,850 square feet.
So 10,850 square feet includes that 6,690?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 10,850 out of the 22.7, right? Okay. All right, thank you. Another question regarding something that I requested some time ago, which may also be taken care of, but I haven't seen. Is the stream indicated on your current site plan as a Volcanico River tributary by name? as I think you've agreed to do, but I don't know, I haven't seen it.
The off-site plan, you might not, I don't believe you're at the last meeting.
I saw that, but if you could point it out to me. I believe I saw that document and did not see it written in that way.
The regulated water source, and because the conveyance off-site is far off-site, I'm not sure if it's pipe stream, so it's called conveyance.
Right, so I think in the past you've agreed to change it from the general language that we show here as a conveyance to a tributary to the Mechanical River. And I'd like to see that.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So on the site plans and any other document and in any written documents as well, rather than using the general terminology such as water conveyance, I would like to see it referred to as a tributary to the Mechanical River. And I think in the past you've agreed to do that.
No, there's no reason not to.
Okay, so you'll do it.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'd like to hear. Thank you. Lastly, I wanted to make a comment about the May 31st, 2016 memo from Del Bello, Donnellan, Weingarten, Wise, and Whitaker, written by Peter Wise, who's in attendance here, where members of the public have already pointed out that made somewhat derogatory comments about many of the public statements that have been made, referring to them as inaccurate. I would like to point out an important inaccuracy in this memo, and that is that on page 4, item B, it says the off-site wetland, or under the category of the off-site wetland and on-site wetland buffer, number 1, you say, and this is in bold letters, there is no wetland on the site. That's in direct contradiction to your own site plan that shows it very clearly as having been delineated by your own consultant and our consultant as being on the site, encroaching on the site by at least 2 and maybe 3 feet. And that may seem small to you, but it's an important matter of fact for the record.
I agree, it's important. I'll try to,
Okay.
one moment.
Right, I'd love to.
Just tell me, what
I can show you the plan.
Yeah, I don't have that plan with me.
I have it. Yeah, hang on.
Plan.
Water course?
Okay, yeah, I just was wondering, because I didn't eat yet. And I was planning on bringing home food for myself and my husband, and I already called him and said, it's not gonna happen.
We have it here on page 5 out of 9, the August,
But they said that's not being worked.
August 1st,
But it's okay.
2015 site plan.
Whatever.
And, sorry, it states, the limits of the wetlands flagged by Kellard Sessions. It shows that line going over by about 2.5 feet. And then, in addition, it shows the limits of the wetland confirmed in the field by the town consultant, and that also goes over the line by a couple of feet, 2 or 3 feet. Okay. Saying that there's no wetlands on the site, really, feet on the site.
Sure. I'm looking at a landscaping plan, sheet 5 of 9.
the wetland boundary does in fact encroach, I don't have the scale with me, but it looks like a couple of feet within the applicant's property. And I believe that that is at the base of the existing berm. It's on the off-site, the northern side of the site. Topographically, I'm guessing several feet below the disturbance area, the proposed disturbance area, but in fact it does encroach a few feet onto the property for about what looks to be 20 to 30 feet in length. Thank you very much.
In which case, Dr., I stand corrected.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I'm just going to state that I guess over the winter, I don't remember the exact date that it was, on a Sunday morning, I took my dog, and I mentioned this at a few other town board meetings, planning board meetings, and I went on my way to go get a bagel at the bagel place. Okay, and I walked from the streams near my house all the way through to your property, and then on that same Sunday morning, Donna happened to be out that morning. It was like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, oh great, there's Donna, and she was on the property doing the gardening and stuff like that. Next thing I know, I have a dog that is completely covered, completely wet, muddy. And I was like, great, now I have to go home and spend an hour or so washing my dog. I then turned around and saw all the applicants' little drawings dealing with wetlands and streams and everything like that. And I created this drawing, which I presented at the town board meeting, not last month, the month prior. And on this little map, your property is right over here, and the property line of where the building is to where it was wet on that time was 10 feet from the actual line of where that building would be. So Mr. Coleman over there's report, I don't necessarily agree with everything that's in it, because I actually physically saw it. I've also lived in this neighborhood, in this part of Austin for 18 plus years, and I've been through a few storms. I've been through Floyd, Sandy, and a few others. And I've seen what damage it has done to my neighbors' properties over there. And I'm real concerned when they built the house, a few houses down from Dono, when they split a piece of property years ago and put 2 houses, and they took what was an open stream and they put a 12-inch pipe in there connecting from the Harris stream heading towards Donna's stream, Donna's property. I've seen in 2 storms the water overflowing that 12-inch pipe and backing up to increasing the water levels in these ponds that are upstream of it. Downstream of your property, I don't know where it goes. I'm confused as to where it goes, and I haven't had time to really investigate that. I also agree that water doesn't go on a 90-degree or 180-degree, it flows naturally. A few other things. I also went online and looked at what a downstream defender was, because I didn't know what it was. And I saw a website on it, and I don't want to say a YouTube video on what a few of the, like about 3 or 4 different types of what they were. And I was like a little disturbed when I saw what they were, and I was like listening to what they were talking about and doing a little bit of research. I'm real concerned about fish going up and down, and I really think the downstream defender is something that's not needed on that property, except for maybe the runoff from the parking lot, but not anything related to the stream that runs into the botanical garden. The pipe that you're putting, or whatever, the culvert, or whatever, I think, whether it's 12 inches, I don't know what size you're proposing.
24.
24, I don't even think that's enough. I think it probably needs 2 or 3 24-inch pipes, side by side by side for the 100-year storm, running underneath that. And then, wherever on that property there is no physical building, that it be open with a grating or metal or something on top, so yes, so no one can fall into it, but that this way wildlife can go in and out, in and out, in and out, so that they can actually breathe, whatever it is, whether it's a frog, or fish, or whatever it might be. As a member of the Architectural Review Board, and as a member of the Planning Board, I expressed prior, I'm very concerned about the footprint of the building, the design of the building, being out of character with what's in our town, in that neighborhood. I've expressed in the past that I think you should take the building and move it forward. I haven't seen, I've said that 2 times so far, I haven't seen anyone to come up with a sketch. I'm asking for a sketch. I showed you one of your other buildings that did have something like that. When I look at the overall footprint of the building and the parking lots, this drawing, your drawings, whatever it might be, I really, and the last drawing you put up with the little trees, the buffer, I really see a piece of property which has a little itsy bitsy little house right now with this monstrous building that's being put on it, with a little bit of buffer, a lot of parking spots for 32 spots. I don't see much nature being left. I really physically see a lot of damage happening to a piece of property. But you have a right to build things there, fine. Continuing on. I've listened to what Mitzi said, Ken, Donna, and Wendy on this meeting, last meeting, and a few of the other consultants. And I've read a lot of the stuff that Sandy has been giving us over the course of the past month or 2. And I also would like answers to every single one of their questions. I still have a lot of concerns. I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about the Botanical River watershed. I don't want this hearing closed, like you asked to have it closed. And I also take offense to what you said also, there are no wetlands on the site. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a simple architect.
I said I stand corrected.
Okay, I'm a simple architect.
Okay?
We have a town attorney here and people here who guide us and stuff like that. But I'm talking as a member of the planning board. I don't care whether or not I'm right or wrong, politically correct or wrong. I'm just saying I have concerns on this property. I think it's too big for the site, but a memory care center is probably something that's needed there. I think it's just a little too big.
Your concerns are noted.
Dave Stallman. It's regarding your letter where you cited on page 4 the minimum lot area in the GB district is 20,000 square feet, and went on to talk about I'm sorry, May 31st letter, page 4, where there's discussion about the square footage of the building, of the allowed square footage. I'm not a zoning expert by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, but in recognition that there are wetlands on this site, and in recognition that there are buffer areas, the percentage is up for debate, but there are buffers, wetland buffers on this site that are not buildable. Would therefore the calculation not sustain a 1.5 acre property? It would not include the non-buildable land. It's not.
Not under your laws, no, that's not the case.
I just want you to know that I've been in contact with the head of the zoning board, and you might want to, I just don't know. It would make, common sense would rule that non-buildable land would not be calculated into the amount of square footage.
There was an
I'm just
amendment at the end of
questioning.
last year, but that was intended for new subdivisions where there were deductions for, or you had to have a certain amount of land that was unconstrained. That does not apply in this situation. And I think Peter is just saying that the size of this property is about 3 times the minimum lot size in the district. You don't do any deductions in this situation at all. You just don't.
I'm just asking, it doesn't make sense.
In terms of the comments that have been made this evening, and also the memos from our consultants, particularly the summary of Steve Coleman, it seems like we should modify amend the negative declaration. That's something, David, you would do. Do we have to have a consensus of the board on that?
I just need some direction.
Okay. Make a motion if the board agree.
We don't really need a motion.
A motion? Well, we have to authorize David.
Yeah, we need to amend the negative declaration
Yes.
for several reasons. The primary reason is because the wetland mitigation plan has changed since the negative declaration that you did adopt prior to the end of last year.
Any objection?
Kathy, can you just explain what a negative declaration means? In simple layman's terms, in like 20 words. Simple layman's terms.
So as part of,
Not lawyers' law.
as part of the secret process, the board, as lead agency, has to make a determination of significance. So it previously issued a negative declaration that there would be no potential significant adverse impact on the environment. But the plans have changed, and the applicant's proposing different mitigation, and it would be something that perhaps this board can consider at its next meeting if it directs its consultants to prepare an amended negative declaration that you can then discuss and see if it's adequate for this board to potentially adopt at the next meeting. But at least have your consultant prepare an amended negative declaration for the board's consideration.
I would also like the applicant to answer all 50 people's questions in detail. And I don't know, I'm asking you, Kathy, whether or not I'm allowed to ask that. I've seen questions people ask, I've asked questions, I've asked for a study to be done to see the move going forward, things like that. I feel like we're just going around like Groundhog's Day over and 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 over again with nothing changing.
Right, so if you're asking for some procedural advice, maybe we could adjourn into executive session and discuss that. So we could discuss procedure in executive session.
Because the gentleman over there said, I want to go ahead and approve the whole thing. And we've had nothing else. They submitted no new drawings, no nothing from the last one.
If I may, just for a moment, I appreciate your concerns. We take them seriously. There were probably, between the last hearing and now, Donna's comments probably 100, 150, maybe 200 comments. We as an applicant can't be asked to respond to every single question or comment that a member of the public raises. We respond to you as a board. If you as a board, not even as an individual member, respectfully, but if you as a board submit to us what you would like us to respond to, we will respond to it. But it must be from you as a board. Otherwise, you're right, we're never going to get done here. And that's not fair to us either as an applicant.
Then, Kat, after someone write up all Donna's questions, Mitzi's, everyone else's, all my questions, other people's, and have them answer all the
Well,
questions.
again, I think procedurally it has to be a direction of the board, and we can discuss that in executive session, how best to convey that, but it has to be a consensus of the board. It can't just be an individual member.
And it should be done, respectfully, it should be done with the input from your consultants, because not every question that's being asked merits a response. That happens to be just the fact.
But I am concerned. I really would like some of these
Well, I
code
think
issues
that
that
some of,
Donna brought up.
some of the questions were answered by your consultant tonight. For example, there was discussions about the ability to develop a wetland buffer area, right? Your consultant put a detailed memo that spoke about this board's authority to issue a permit to allow construction in a wetland buffer area, that it's not prohibited, right? And what mitigation has to occur, and your consultant made certain recommendations and outlined the code provisions.
I have a question for you then, and Donna brought it up again earlier, and my little drawing showed it. I've heard codes that state you can't build within 100 feet of a water course.
What
I don't know
code?
whether or not that's
What
legally correct or not.
code?
I see the property within 10 feet. They're building within 10 feet.
Right, because your code, as it's set forth in Steve Coleman's memo, allows construction in a wetland buffer. You need to get a permit from this board as an approving authority. Provided that the applicant meets the standards that the code established, you can construct in a wetland buffer area. That's what, or a wetland. And that's what your code states. So the inaccuracy, it's inaccurate to state that it's prohibited to construct in a wetland buffer area. That's not what the code says. So the code balances protection of the wetland area with development. And your consultant weighed in on whether what the applicant is proposing is an adequate mitigation measure and preserves the wetlands. And he can speak better to that issue, but that's what your consultant discussed here tonight. There's no prohibition against constructing in the wetland buffer area. There's only certain activities that are prohibited, like depositing chemicals. That's prohibited. All the others are allowed, provided certain standards and conditions are met, and your consultant has been retained to advise you as to whether those standards and conditions are met.
There were also a bunch of other codes that were mentioned tonight and mentioned last month.
Right, so there was the steep slope code. I think your consulting engineer spoke to that. If there's additional questions or issues, you could certainly ask the applicant and your consultant to weigh in on that. That was a new issue that was raised, that we heard more of tonight.
I will tell you as to that in response to that issue, we did in fact tabulate slopes both in the existing condition and the proposed condition, and based on your ordinance, it's unregulated in the existing condition and in the proposed condition, and we'll send you that tabulation.
I have a question for you as well. So construction within a wetland buffer is permitted if the planning board issues a permit.
right, as the approving agency.
As the
There's
approving
certain-
agency.
There's certain actions that the building inspector can issue a permit for, and there's certain actions that Steve outlined that require a permit from the planning board as the approving agency.
Okay. Hypothetically, could the planning board deny a permit for building within a buffer and have that not constitute a legal taking of the property?
I mean, I don't, if you want to get to that level of legal analysis, but obviously if you have discretionary authority to issue a permit, you have discretionary authority to deny a permit. But if the conditions are met and, you know, you have retained consultants to advise you on that, you know, your authority would be limited to denying a permit. If the conditions are met and there is, whatever the code.
What other conditions are met?
There's standards and conditions in the code to grant a permit, right? And Steve went through that in his memo today. And there has to be a mitigation plan. And if those conditions are met, you know, again, I'd like to.
Hypothetically again, because I'm not making any judgment about this case, just for education. If the board disagreed with a consultant's view of what constitutes a necessary or a reasonable mitigation to a necessary encroachment on a buffer,
I'd like to request that we go into an executive session so we can talk about procedure.
okay, so I'll leave it at that.
So,
Thank you. That was hypothetical.
if you want to do that now, we can do that now and then continue. Well, it may impact how this board wants to proceed going forward. So if that's something that you desire to know now, we can do that now. It's up to the board.
Oh, absolutely.
I suppose it depends on whether what you would learn in executive session would have a bearing on the question Greg asked, and that is whether there's any objection to just putting together an amended neg deck for your perusal at your next meeting.
I think it does have bearing on that because other members of the board might decide, anyone who's on the fence might decide one way or the other if they didn't feel like it was our obligation.
I think that procedural discussion might have value to the question that Greg asked, because for anyone who's on the fence about whether to vote for such an amended negative declaration, it would be important for them to know whether it's comfortably within their rights to deny an application on the basis of the plan encroaching on a wetland buffer.
David, in the course of you roughing out a draft of the negative deck, is there leeway in that? In terms of consideration of things?
What do you mean by leeway on that?
Well, is it a general thing that in light of new data and everything else, we're expressing a negative deck? It's no form of approval or anything like that. It's really just procedural.
It's a conclusion with a rationale as to why you're making a finding that there will be no significant adverse impact upon the environment. So that's the conclusion, sort of a blanket conclusion. And then you explain, in the neg deck, it explains why that conclusion is reached with respect to about 18 different matters.
determination tonight to issue the neg deck.
Yeah,
All you're
that's all it
asking
is.
is
It's
your
an outline.
consultant
We don't have to agree with it.
prepare a
Whatever.
draft document for your consideration at the next meeting. It's a draft.
He points out. I think we should do that. Yes, so you can proceed with that.
For the record, I would make the same suggestion I made last time, which is that a draft of a positive declaration also be made in case the board wanted to decide in that direction.
I mentioned this to you, and your counsel will probably tell you the same thing. You have made a negative declaration of environmental significance once already. If you make a positive declaration, if you rescind that negative declaration and make a positive declaration at this point in time, this board, as a matter of law, has to have a rational basis for that determination in the record, okay? And it has to be based upon changed facts or circumstances in the record. I just put that out for you because that's the law. Okay? I will also tell you that if this board makes a positive declaration, this project is over. And if the town wants it to be over, then close the hearing, bring it to a decision, and vote no. And then we'll do whatever we think is appropriate. That's a fact. That's not a threat. It's just a fact.
And my suggestion last time and this time for drafting both is to not presume how the board is going to vote. And I think it's common practice, at least in town and village boards, to draft both versions so that either version is ready at the time of voting. Otherwise, you're voting, you're essentially voting by just having one drafted.
No, Doctor, I respectfully disagree. Because these determinations can reflect a basis in fact. Either there are significant adverse environmental impacts or there are not. If there are not, as you've already determined, you do a negative declaration of environmental significance. If there are, you do a positive declaration. It is not an either-or situation.
May I remind you that the,
excuse
me, may I remind you that the wetland regulations have changed, which have had the effect of changing the square footage and the percentage of wetland buffer, and that is a change in circumstance.
Yes, I agree that is a change in circumstance, and I will point to your professional wetland scientist and consultant who has concluded that it is of no significance in the record.
That is not a matter of fact, it's a matter of expert opinion.
Correct.
Right? I grant you that, but it's not a matter of fact.
Correct. Expert opinion.
And whether or not it was approved negative or positive a year ago, 2 years ago, or when you first started, when some of us were not on the board. Again, you said earlier that there was no wetlands on the site, and then tonight you did admit that there was wetlands on the site.
Absolutely correct. I did admit it.
I would think that the preparation.
So technically, when you guys voted a couple of years ago, or whatever it was, of the negative declaration back then to see or whatever it was, you were given, the board was given at that time inaccurate information. So that should be null and void.
It wasn't a couple of years ago, it was 6 months ago.
That negative declaration that was given a year ago, or whatever
6
time
months
it
ago.
was, 6 months ago. That was before my time.
Does the board want the preparation of draft documents? A draft negative declaration? A draft amended negative declaration, yes?
I agree with that, because that's going to point out conditions and stuff, and again, we don't have to vote on that if it goes to the next step. we decided then. I think the amendment of the negative deck is the first step. I would think.
Okay, so I will prepare, excuse me, with Dan and Steve's help, I'll prepare the amended, a draft amended neg deck.
And then just if we can, just to go back to what we talked about a few minutes ago in terms of comments and responses. If the board does have questions or issues that it would like to see us respond to, we really do want to respond to them because we do want to bring this to closure. I don't know who would be charged with preparing that memo. I don't know if it's Mr. Stallman who would be charged, unfortunately, with preparing that memo. But if that's the case, please authorize him to do so and try to get it to us as soon as possible so we can get you answers in advance of the next meeting of the board.
Would you suggest somebody else?
I don't think so, Dave.
I do have one item. One of the neighbors has a concern about the quantity of fill and its effects on possible steep slopes. If you can address that, so you can put that issue to bed.
Sure.
Yeah, I was going to mention that the next meeting, if your engineer could possibly do a site section on 3 sides showing each condition with the berm, and that would also have the fill.
Yes. Yes, we can do that.
Could you address the comments of Steve Coleman and Dan Garcia? They have a couple of things they wanted in there. And, that you can have for the next meeting, those kind of things. David, could you prepare just a rough outline, kind of condensing the pertinent things in these various letters? As Appleton said, not everything can be answered in a letter form, but there's some things that possibly we can put to them as kind of like a laundry list of things.
Sure, I'll compile a list.
Okay.
As a draft.
As a draft, based on all these letters we received, going through that and
that would be
picking that out. Okay. All right. We're not going to close the public hearing. Obviously, some information is going to be forthcoming. I think that's pretty much it at this point.
And the next meeting would be, the hearing would be adjourned to?
July 20th.
July 20th, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think we can do that. Dave? Come in, be really quick.
I'm sorry. Sure.
Okay, the next public hearing we're going to address is the Joanne Snyder subdivision, 2-lot subdivision. This is a continuation of a public hearing.
Good evening, thank you. David Sessions with Kellard Sessions Consulting. This is the opening of the public hearing. Actually, the last meeting the board did schedule tonight for the public hearing. It's for a 2-lot subdivision on 74 Hawks Avenue. The Hawks Avenue is located here. By the way, since it's a public hearing, should I turn to face the
You can slightly, at least so the camera can pick it up.
Sorry about that. Again, 74 Hawks Avenue is the property. Hawks Avenue is located here. The property is located here. It is about a 43,100 square foot property. The proposal is to subdivide it into 2 lots. The first lot being 17,142 square feet, and lot 2 here being 25,957 square feet. Lot 1 will have frontage along Hawks Avenue here, and Lot 2 will have frontage with a 50-foot wide strip along the frontage of the property. It does neck down to 10 feet and then widens out for the rest of the site. Back in July of 2010, there was a zoning board variance granted for a 10-foot wide access strip here. There is 50 feet required along the frontage of Hawks Avenue, so there was a 40-foot variance granted. It is a minor subdivision. We did receive comments from the town planner, Mr. Stolman, and I believe we've addressed all of his comments. His May 18, 2016 memo, we had to show easements, an access easement over Lot 1 to access Lot 2, as well as easements over Lot 2 to access Lot 1 in the front. Mr. Stolman did point out that there would be maintenance agreements and access agreements that need to be drafted before the project is ultimately approved. Also comments about screening, both on the north side of the property and the south side of the property. There is an existing driveway that accesses an existing home here, and of course the proposed driveway would be located here. So we've proposed a mixture of evergreens and deciduous trees, a mix of evergreens and deciduous on the north side, primarily evergreens on the south side. And it is a mix of sugar maple, shadblow, serviceberry, spruce, arborvitae, things of that nature. We have spoken with Dan Ciarcia with respect to the engineering and the stormwater. We have designed Cultec infiltration units to capture and treat the proposed driveway, the proposed house site. Cultec units are located here. They will be discharged in a controlled manner to the existing drainage swell along Hawks Avenue. And this is not a proposal to build this particular house. This is not for a building permit. This proposal is to simply subdivide the total property into 2 lots. The owner of the property, Joanne Schneider, currently lives here. Her intention is to move, to sell her home. She cannot sell her home until the property is subdivided, obviously. If in the event that a purchaser of this lot in the front comes along and wants to build the house, so be it, but there are no current plans to build a house at this point. She is just looking to subdivide the property and sell both lots. I think that's all I have. It's a public hearing, obviously, so the board and the public has any comments or questions.
Prior to opening it up to the public, I'm going to have David Stolman review the memo that he wrote about this. He wrote a short memo.
Yeah, not very much new to say. So the planning board declared its intent to be a lead agency and sent out a notice to the other agencies. That happened on May 20th, so we're still waiting for the 30-day period to elapse. And then I think the 30-day period is likely, there'll be no objection, and the planning board can acknowledge that it's become lead agency. The second item is just what the Zoning Board of Appeals did back in 2010, which David talked about. And the third part is, I don't see the access easement called out on the plan. It's on the other side of this plan. I don't see the access easement in favor of Lot 1 over the triangular portion of Lot 2. And I didn't include that in the last memo. It was something we spoke about at the meeting. So that needs to be shown.
Okay. You're absolutely right, David. Thank you.
And then I think Dan's got a comment perhaps about site plan approval when it comes time to actually build that home.
I just have a couple of comments I want to read into the record. First off, we enacted the new steep slopes legislation, so the zoning table should be updated to reflect compliance with the new square footage requirements and square feet of created lots to ensure we got that line in the right place. It's unclear from the plan how the existing house is being served with water. I didn't see a water service or a well on there. But if it is on there, I apologize for missing it, but that also dovetails with my next comment related to the plat. The plat will obviously have to show the water and sewer connections, so we will need a plat to review. And related to that, again, to the plat, was because we're deferring sort of how to deal with the stormwater, this applicant is not building the house, that the plat really should have a note on it stating that they will return to the planning board for site plan approval so we can deal with the actual house when and if it's ever constructed, as well as whatever stormwater regs or any other regulations that are in play whenever that applicant comes in for approval. Thank you.
Yeah, which is understandable because frankly, if and when the lot is purchased and someone wants to build a house, they might want to build a smaller house, a larger house, they might want to kink the driveway a little bit, so obviously the stormwater requirements may increase, they may decrease. So I think Dan is correct, a blanket note on the plat, bringing that back to the planning board once a house is contemplated seriously is the appropriate way to go about this.
You know, in this fashion too, we'll be able to memorialize this so that if somebody's looking to purchase a lot, they're on notice that they have to come back to this board to get that proposed residence approved.
Simple question. Site plan. The property north, Keith Gordon's property, on your little drawing, it looks like part of his driveway, I haven't been to the site, part of his driveway goes into lot 1, is that correct?
That is
that
correct.
A driveway, blacktop?
Yeah, there is an encroachment. There is an encroachment. Which, you know, it's, you might be able to speak to it, but it's yeah, it's, apparently it's been there for quite some time.
Do you have any other comments at this point?
I don't. I would, I think I've heard David's comments. I've heard Dan's comments. They're fairly innocuous. We can absolutely take care of all of those for the next meeting. I would, well, obviously we need to hear the public, but I would at the end request that the hearing be closed so that we can move on. It is a minor subdivision, even though a public hearing is required. It doesn't look like there are many impacts. It doesn't look like there's a heck of a lot going on here. Again, we're just creating the two lots that were already approved by the zoning board, or a variance granted by the zoning board. So I'm just looking to move this forward. Joanne, for the record, is she's been her mother had some health issues. She had to take about 6 years off of this process. She was looking to do this 5 or 6 years ago. We are where we are. It's nobody's fault, but she is looking to move away, quite frankly, and she's kind of stalled until she can sell these lots.
Okay.
So we would love to move this along.
All right, let's see if there's any comments from the public. Please give your name and address.
Keith Gordon, 78 Hawks Avenue, property next door. Couple questions have been raised. I can tell you that Joanne Schneider did hook up sewer when the sewer line along here from Patty's property. Can't tell you exactly where it does go directly through the new lot. Whether it's in the driveway or not, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what her water is. My house was on well, and now I'm on public water and sewer. The driveway does cross the property line, as well as a shed, which is located here at the corner of my house, and goes further than the driveway is the boundary. That shed was present before I bought the house 10 years ago. And the driveway's been maintained for years, I mean, more than, or now, 10 years. Along with this whole row of trees here, which are on her side of the lot, that she has never maintained. 3 of those trees died in the last 10 years that I've lived there, and I'm the one that's cut them down. So I would submit that there is a substantial, arguable adverse possession issue on the strip of land where the trees are, the driveway is, and certainly where the shed is. I'm not trying to make problems, but the reality is for 10 years I've been using that driveway. The shed was offered by the seller to me as what they were selling, including the land it's on. Joanne, for 10 years, has never made any claim to that land where the trees are. She mows her lot a few feet from the trees over, let poison ivy grow wild under the trees. I spend every year trying to cut back the poison ivy. As I said, when the trees died, all her concern was to make sure that I, cutting down her dead trees, didn't leave any branches in her yard for her lawn mowing service to run across. Never once acknowledging that they were her dead trees, not mine.
How large is the shed?
It's about 20 feet long and about 4 feet deep.
Foundation?
No. The driveway was recently redone, added 4 inches of asphalt to it. So it is now a nice smooth driveway, another $10,000 investment about 3 or 4 years ago. Well, my main reason for speaking is the status of this application is bizarre. They're asking you to approve a design for a house that nobody's building. When someone buys this lot, they could have indicated, proposed a completely different building, completely different drainage, completely different everything. So you're being asked to approve a hypothetical subdivision for a hypothetical development that's a pure fiction. And it makes no sense. I don't see any point in addressing this fiction that's nothing more than ink on paper, because it's not a house that's going in. I may or may not like the house location. Frankly, I'd rather it be up front than right next to my window. But if you grant this, the next person come in could say, oh, now I have subdivided and I can put the house wherever I damn well please. So what's the point of taking public opinion, and particularly the opinion of the affected neighbors, on a hypothetical pile of smoke?
In order to subdivide a piece of property, we need to prove out that the property is A, subdividable, B, a reasonable house or house footprint can fit on the proposed lot, respecting the side, rear, and front yard setbacks. There is adequate area to treat stormwater. There is adequate area to treat septic or sewer hookup and water hookup. We basically have to prove the viability of a building lot. Can a house sit on this lot, albeit maybe not the exact house that might be built and may not be in the right area, but does it comply with the setbacks? Does it comply with the engineering regulations, the planning regulations? It is unique and it is a little odd, I grant you, because again, The person that ultimately buys this might do a bigger house, smaller house, closer to the road, further back. But that's why Dan very correctly put that caveat in that says that house has to come back ultimately to the planning board to be approved. And if it is closer to your house or a lot larger, the planning board has the right, I guess, to request that it be smaller or be moved or whatever. And that's why it's coming back. But we're charged with creating a lot and making sure that a house can fit on that lot legally, from a zoning standpoint, from an engineering standpoint, from a planning, septic, storm. That's what we're charged with doing, to create the lot. So that's...
And we would have another public hearing at that point in time. When the site plan approval is being sought for someone who actually wants to build a home, we would have another public hearing at that point in time and get all of the input, get your input at that point in time. We're just sort of deferring that. But I agree with David that they've got to prove out that it's a viable building lot, and then they can subdivide.
One more question. Does the approval of this as a subdivision require all of the acreage that's in the drawing, taking into account the question of my adverse possession about 15 feet along that property?
Are you saying, is there extra property more or less equal?
Would this subdivision be approvable for your set time requirements and your minimum lot size requirements without the land from the trees over?
Can you answer that?
Yes, it's in the R15 zone. There's more than 17,000 square feet in the lot. It complies with all of the land development regulations, the impervious surface, and building coverage, and so forth.
What would the square footage be of the lot without the area that you have not maintained for more than 10 years? Well, take out everything from the trees or 20, 30?
Well, that sheet, hold on. That she has not maintained for 30 years, I think that's...
I know, I said for more than 10 years. This is how long I've been there. And that is the definition of adverse possession.
I just want to note for the record that this board doesn't determine property rights.
I understand.
There's been no claim or judgment to my knowledge. I mean, you may have a claim, but I haven't seen a judgment by a court that you have title by adverse possession. So, and it's not within this board's purview to determine property rights. That's between two individual property owners.
I fully agree. I'm not saying that I have established my rights yet. I am asking that the board be aware of the possibility that that lot will not
I think
be.
you heard the answer that it was an oversized lot. 15,000 is the minimum rate, and it's a 17,000 something square foot lot. So it's beyond the requirements for the minimum.
I would ask the applicant, in addition to the comments that David made and also Dan, those are things that you're going to add to the drawing,
yes,
or whatever. Could you accurately depict this shed and whatever landscaping exists along that northern property line there? Could you put it on the site plan?
Well, we certainly could. Are you asking that we, Joanne, engage a surveyor and spend money and accurately show that? Or we can get it pretty close.
Pretty close, I think, by field measurement and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Site visit out there by somebody from your firm, and we already see the driveway encroachment, but the relative location and size of the shed, maybe some indication of what's there in terms of landscaping. Is it 10 hemlock trees or 20 feet high or whatever?
The significant trees are shown. There are a lot of saplings out there. There are shrubs. There are some invasives that really weren't worthy, in my opinion, of showing on the plan but we can, at a minimum, what we can do is show a width of existing vegetation, and to the extent possible, try to identify the shrubs and the saplings.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do all that.
That would be good.
I would just point out to the board that I agree there are a number of saplings and so forth, but there are also about twice as many mature trees
along that strip as are shown on the drawing.
He's going to take note of that. That will be added to the drawing.
One of which, the top of my driveway, is a white pine that's probably 50 feet tall and
Okay.
And between Joanne and I, somebody's got to take it down before they take that one.
And just one other thing, for the record, Joanne has never, she's acknowledged the fact that there's a driveway encroachment. She's never necessarily said something that she's going to have to do something about it, that she's going to take legal action. This is not her MO. She wants to do this thing, she wants to get out, so I don't know what the situation is between you and Joanne, but it's been amicable as far as I know, and hopefully she hopefully thinks it's going to continue to be that way.
Okay.
She wants to move on. She's not looking to fight here.
Any other comments from the audience?
Hi, Jim Picciano, 70 Hawks Avenue, Ossining. I'm sure, I know Greg, you know me, and a few others, David. And I've been there for 38 years. I built my house 38 years ago. One of the things about Hawks Avenue and the people that are on it, originally when I built there, I think the only house that existed was yours, Herbie Homestead, and then there was nothing. There was, Nowak had a big piece of property, there was a sheep farm, there was a horse farm behind me. Some of you remember, some of you may not, but anyway, then we started watching major subdivisions come in, and I mean major. And I was at every meeting. I mean, some of you may not remember, but David, you know. I was at a lot of the meetings. Everything from the expansion of the cemetery for C&D waste that came in from the Bronx and all over the place. We don't know what was in the dirt. To the condominiums that were built, to the cluster housing on the corner where the old lamb lot used to be. Behind me used to be an 11-acre horse farm. I used to watch the horses graze over the trees. You had apple trees in the back. They would eat the apples. The sheep farm down the road. Major, major subdivisions, okay? I feel for those people that just had to listen to that presentation for 2 hours, and you probably should feel for me because I had to sit through it, and it really didn't impact me. But I feel for you, and I see what's going on here. But this, as far as I'm concerned, this is a breath of fresh air in the town. This is one house. I know Joanne very well. This is a minor subdivision, and like you had said, I'm sure you've been friendly with Joanne for years. They could work out that little problem with the encroachment or whatever. But this to me is minor, and it doesn't even come close to what I just sat through for 2 hours. And I was thinking, I felt like yelling out Aflac. I mean, it was like, what are we doing here? You know, we're looking at a piece of land, 1.5 acres, okay, for that big building. This is, what's the total square?
It's just under an acre.
Just under an acre. 2 houses, residential, right? We are all in R15. That's beautiful. But that other thing that I had to sit through, you gotta be kidding me. So anyway, I hope you can work out the encroachment thing. I think this is a great idea. I don't see anything wrong with it. And to take the normal taxpayer, and if it has to go through what these people are going through for a major subdivision, for that, which is bland, I mean, come on. What are we doing here? So anyway, for being here 38 years, that's what I've seen. You know, that we had our concerns about the cemetery, the type of dirt that was going in there. It went in anyway. It ended up being overfilled, which we all know about, but that worked out too. So eventually, this is the type of thing we'd like to see in the town. This is the way the town was set up. It wasn't set up for high rises, and it wasn't set up for big cluster housing. It was set up for something like this. So let's try to leave it at that, work out the differences if we can, and I think we'll all be happy. And one other thing. All of us on Hawks Avenue, when the town wanted that sewer extended, originally there was a pumping station over on Croton Dam Road. They needed the sewer extended. There was a problem. Jim Zappi wanted to put the cluster housing in. It was a problem. The problem was the state. As you know, bureaucracy. Getting that sewer line through the state road. we, the people on Hawks Avenue came together, we gave easements for that sewer line. The town was happy, you lost your pumping station, the sewer came through, I gave up 5,000 square feet of my land. That's what I gave. And Joanne gave up land, everybody gave up land. But anyway, that's how we came together. So, as far as concerns for this, it's got my blessing, and I'm only allowed away from it. Oh, the other thing is, there was a subdivision that was done years and years ago on the Olmsted property. Rocco Pozzella just built a house on it, all right? I mean, that's the way it was. The subdivision was there. It's been there for years. I mean, did I like it that close to my property line? That's the ordinance. It's 14 feet on one side, 16 on the other. I'm happy with it. And, I mean, it certainly beats what I just sat through 2 hours worth of listening to, that's for sure. Anyway, thank you very much, and good luck to you people on that thing on North State Road.
Right. So I think that's it. David, with this, the lead agency, that's not going to be due till June 19th or 20th, the 30-day.
You don't need to do anything with that. We'll draft assuming that you agree, we'll draft a resolution of minor subdivision approval and put the negative declaration in there.
In that.
And by the time you entertain that, you'll be the agency.
Okay. All right. Do you think we can close the public hearing?
I think we should adjourn it just because 30 days hasn't passed. And it's unlikely we'll get something, but just in case we do, it could be part of the record.
Okay, so we should just adjourn it.
Right,
Hold
just
it.
adjourn it, but then, at the next meeting, you can consider the draft proposed resolution that includes proposed negative declaration.
That doesn't seem like it'll hold up the time frame. In other words, if you're going to draft a resolution of approval,
Whether it's a public hearing that night or not.
we'll still be on the same path.
Same time frame.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Do any of the board members have any comments? Okay.
Okay.
We're closed. Pardon me? I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the public hearing to the meeting of July 20th. And during that time, David's going to prepare a resolution, and that will be combined with the lead agency status. Yep. Okay. Do I have a motion? Okay, so noted.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next is Park Knowles. Continuation of the public hearing.
Good evening, board, town attorney, consultants. David Venditti on behalf of the applicant for the Park Knowles project. I wanted to start this, I don't know if this is our fourth or fifth public hearing, and I understand this process has probably been going on for a year or more. I did want to start off by saying that in attempting to do things the right way, the applicant, by Mr. Baldati, met with representatives of Deerfield, Foxwoods, Woodbrook Circle, to try to really sit down with them as neighbors to explain and give them very in-depth information concerning the project and try to the best he could allay some of their concerns. I don't necessarily know whether that was successful or not, because that was on June 1st. Apparently, a letter was written by a Lillian Nahas dated June 7th, 2016, and submitted to the board. I don't know if you have that in front of you or not. The applicant has a letter that he would like me to read into the record that addresses some of the concerns and statements made in that letter from Ms. Nahas. This is a letter that I've just submitted and handed up to the planning board, and I'm reading this so that the audience will have the benefit of hearing the answers to some of the questions. Dated today, June 15th, 2016, addressed to Ms. Ingrid M. Richards, Chair, and the Town of Austining Planning Board. Site plan approval for a multifamily development, Project Parth Knowles LLC, 87 Hawks Avenue. Response to comments as set forth in letter from Lillian Nahas dated June 7th, 2016. Dear Ms. Richards, wherever you are tonight, and the acting chair, as well as the honorable board, the applicant Parth Knowles LLC would like to respond to Ms. Nahas' letter of June 7th to the Town of Austining Planning Board and Town of Austining Architectural Review Board. 1, the applicant did make a presentation on June 1st, 2016 to a small group of interested parties, and the sign-in sheet is attached to this letter, who purported to represent Deerfield Condominium, a section of the Woods, Fox Hill Condominiums, and a homeowner in the area. A copy of the June 1 meeting sign-in sheet is attached. It was the applicant's intent to give a more personal presentation and afford the local residents an opportunity to ask questions or voice their concerns in a more congenial atmosphere. The applicant reviewed the particulars of the project, including density and coverage, the property's zoning classification, number of apartment units planned, parking being provided, and size of the buildings and apartments. In addition, addressed at the meeting was the attendees' concerns about what, quote, affordable housing, end quote, means. The requirement was explained based on Article 4, Affordable Housing of the Town of Austining Zoning Code, and that only 6 of the 53 units would fall into that category. The applicant presented at the meeting the most recent site plan, which we'll go over tonight, and fire access plan dated May 23rd, 2016, reviewed by the building department, and previously submitted tree plan and a rendering of the building. At the end of the session, the audience was asked for questions, which were responded to by Anthony P. Beldotti, Steve Marino, the project's environmental consultant, and George Hernandez, the project's architect. Applicants' responses to comments and concerns stated in the Ms. Nahas letter of June 7th. A, density. The density of the development as proposed of 53 apartments conforms to the property's zoning classification, MF1, multifamily in residence district, including the required lot and building coverage, which is very favorable for the proposed use in the site. Lot coverage is 29.68%. Building coverage is 13.61%. Open area is 70.32%. Open area in acres, 3.880 acres. Lot coverage in acres, 1.647 acres. Next, drainage was discussed. And Ms. Nahas states that the Deerfield complex has been flooded 3 times due to, quote, water runoff from Hawks Avenue and consequently overflow of the pond, end quote. As developer for Deerfield, Mr. Beldotti is well acquainted with the design of the retention pond. Excuse me, I'm not verbatim, but I'm not Mr. Beldotti, so I won't say I am. I believe that he believes that part of the flooding problem is attributable to the lack of proper maintenance of the retention pond and the discharge basin rather than excessive runoff. If the retention pond is not dredged to its design specifications and the surrounding areas, including the discharge basin, are not maintained to permit the proper designed retention and discharge, then the likelihood that the retention pond will not sufficiently retain the volume of water required in its discharge, resulting in the rapid overflow of water, is quite probable. It is the responsibility of Deerfield to perform scheduled periodic preventive maintenance of the retention pond by removing silt that has built up over the past years to prevent the blockage of the overflow basin in accordance with the design standards. Apparently, there has been a lapse in routine maintenance of that retention area. Drainage was discussed at the meeting, and Steve Marino explained to the attendees that the design standards for the project, the Parth Knowles project, would be such that there would be no additional discharge of water into the stream from the project due to the planned retention on site by the use of subsurface infiltration and rainwater chambers. And that'll be referred to when you see utility drawing C-104. Pollution and wildlife. While some of the existing trees on the Parth Knowles site will be removed as indicated on the tree plan, other trees, as indicated on the landscaping plan for the development, will be added and planted elsewhere within the development. In fact, Mr. Stolman had suggested at the April 20th, 2016 meeting that those trees that are in poor condition and/or dangerous and/or in bad health should be removed if they are a safety concern or are susceptible to falling and causing damage to property, utility lines, and access roads. Mr. Belladati points out that with any purchaser, there is no guarantee that the new owner would not alter the landscaping by removing existing trees and shrubbery to accommodate a landscaping plan of their choosing, and neighbors would not have the right to challenge that decision. The applicant has made every attempt to keep a bucolic setting where possible, and showing the meeting attendees that 70% of the site, almost 4 acres, will be open area, which is far greater than a condominium development such as neighboring Deerfield would afford. He would like to state that Ms. Nahas miscategorizes the surrounding residential area as semi-rural, which would be categorized as an area near farms where there are few buildings or businesses and where people do not live near one another. This hardly categorizes Hawks Avenue and the surrounding area, which has several condominium complexes, is located adjacent to major thoroughfares such as 9A and Route 134, and is within a drive of several minutes to multiple shopping plazas and the village of Ossining, Croton-on-Hudson, and Briarcliff Manor. This multifamily residential area cannot be considered semi-rural. Traffic. Ms. Nahas puts the words experts in quotes, apparently because the traffic studies and opinions by consultants to the applicant and Town of Ossining do not share her viewpoint. The applicant's traffic engineer, James Garofalo, has 30 years of experience in the fields of transportation planning, traffic engineering, and civil engineering. He has done studies for residential and commercial developments, including government complexes and school expansions, parking studies, traffic reviews of site developments, or traffic studies on municipal projects for the City of Yonkers, City of Port Jervis, Town of Phillipstown, Town of Clarkstown, Village of Washingtonville, and Village of Irvington, etc. The town's consultants, Mr. Stolen and Mr. Galante of the firm of Frederick P. Clark Associates, representing the Town of Ossining Planning Board, unanimously agree, as stated at the public hearing of May 18, 2016, that the traffic studies prepared by the applicant are of acceptable standards. Disagreement is fine, disparagement is not. As far as the comments made about the intersection of 9A Kitchewan Road, Hawks Avenue, being congested during peak hours of the day, that is not a basis for challenging this development that is zoned for the proposed use. If there is an issue, then the Town of Ossining must make the State of New York Department of Transportation aware of it, as they have total control of the intersection, as previously stated by the applicant's consultants and others. Parking. The number of parking spaces, and we've heard this comment at each and every public hearing, required is determined by the Town of Ossining Zoning Code, Section 200-29, Parking and Loading, under the subtitle Dwelling Multifamily. The number of apartments is 53, 41 bedrooms and 13 two-bedrooms. Therefore, based on the section of the zoning code referred to here and above, the required number of parking spaces is 106, 2 parking spaces per apartment. The number provided is 112 parking spaces, which exceeds the requirement by 6 spaces. The parking tabulation was recently reviewed and was confirmed by the Town of Ossining Building Inspector's review of the site plan and title sheet T2, dated May 21, 2016, and Mr. Hamilton's memorandum to the Planning Board, dated June 8, 2016. I'll take a moment right now just to refer to that. I'm sure the board has it, but what seemed to be one of the last remaining questions was whether the project was zoning compliant. And we have a memorandum to Ingrid Richards, Planning Board Chairwoman, from John Hamilton, dated June 8, 2016, read Park Knowles project 87 Hawks Avenue. I reviewed the plans submitted for this project, revised May 23, 2016, and found them to be in compliance with the town zoning code. Additionally, I feel the emergency access road that would be available only to authorized emergency vehicles should be considered for this project. In the event of an emergency, it's possible for fire apparatus to shut down the approved entrance during their operations. Should another emergency occur during the time frame, such as a person requiring medical assistance, it's possible that additional emergency response teams could be delayed. Since the road would be chained to prevent unauthorized access, it should not pose any issues regarding site distances. So the building department has determined and has opined to the planning board that this project is in fact fully zoning compliant. Again, changing the entrance based on observation and using the existing entrance based on previous use, as stated by Ms. Nahas, quote, the town has already designated the existing entrance to be safe by virtue of its existence, end quote, is not, as Ms. Nahas claims, in conformance with current engineering and design standards. Pre-existing conditions do not imply the best conditions. Further, if the entrance to the development is clearly marked, it is unclear as to what, quote, confusion and sudden stopping, end quote, Ms. Nahas is referring. It is clear, and this is not in the letter, that people who traverse that road, including the neighbors that live there, need to drive slower. They drive far in excess of the speed limit that's posted. Again, the town's consultants all agree, as stated at the public hearing of May 18, 2016, that the main entrance is to be located as shown on the site plan as proposed by the applicant. And that was put there at the suggestion of the consultants to this board. In addition, based on the Town of Austin's building inspector's review of the site plan dated May 23rd, Mr. Hamilton stated, as I read to you, in his memorandum to the planning board, that the existing entrance as proposed as an emergency access entrance should be considered and is necessary for the safety of the project and for fire and emergency vehicle access. Residential experience. Mr. Beldati has experience with more than one residential rental complex. The most recent is Audubon Manor on Walden Road. The property was sold in July 2012 to the Solomon Organization, which marketed the complex as, quote, a boutique apartment community in downtown Ossining, which the company bought in July and will continue to manage. Audubon Manor is our 5th apartment development in the Hudson Valley, end quote, said Marshall Rosen, managing director at Solomon. Quote, we like the area and know our established management team for the region will be able to provide the tenant support that those living there deserve, end quote. And then there's a website that's cited here. Attached, because apparently there was some disparaging remarks which ad hominem attacks do not belong in public hearings concerning the condition of Audubon Manor that was supposedly maintained by Mr. Beldati. Attached are pictures of the Audubon Manor Garden Apartments development prior to the sale to the Solomon Group. These pictures reflect the true condition of the development during the many years of Mr. Beldati's management and handled leasing for the project. And as you can see, attached to that letter, he maintained this complex in absolutely pristine condition. Any change in condition has been since he no longer owns the project. He takes great pride in his project, and they were always maintained as first-class residences. And I'm sure for Mr. Beldati, I can say he's a little insulted by that disparaging remark that does not pertain to him. The fact that the management of the property may have declined 4 years after it was purchased is not a reflection on the applicant's interest and ability to maintain premier residential and commercial properties. It was sold to a major owner of a garden-style apartments who has the experienced management team and finances to manage the property as a boutique apartment community. If Ms. Nahas or a neighbor were to sell their Deerfield unit tomorrow, there is no guarantee that the purchaser will maintain the unit as the seller has, or other residents of the development would desire. Once Parthenos is completed, the applicant plans to retain ownership and manage the development for the foreseeable future. In her final paragraph, Ms. Nahas refers to a Town of Ossining board member who says this was never the intended use when the zoning was changed. The town allows development and zoning changes in the way that the town board believes will benefit the entire town. such as complying with affordable housing mandate by the County of Westchester. Further, from my own experience being on the board for 10 years in the village of Briarcliff, any board member approving zoning changes should be well aware of the entire spectrum allowed by the zoning that they are passing. Also, Ms. Naha's reference to the impervious pavers installed at the Manpack Public Library is irrelevant to this project, as Mr. Beldati has no interest, relationship, or management of said facility. Very truly yours, Parth Knowles, LLC, by Anthony P. Beldati, applicant. The last thing that I'd like to point out is a little bit of a personal and professional disappointment. I wrote to this board on May 20th, 2016, and I emailed it to the planning department, and I had subsequent calls following up on it. It was to be distributed to everybody on the planning board. It was to be distributed to the town's consultants, the town attorney, and the building inspector, the building department. We requested an informal meeting to be held because while we have answered every single question that has been posed to us by your consultants and by the board, and I believe the responses that we've gotten is that we've answered all of those questions satisfactorily, we keep hearing when we come to the public hearings that there are concerns. So I wrote to this board almost 1 month ago asking, can we meet with a couple of members, with the planner, with the consultant, with the town attorney, with the building department, and get those concerns, because as some people have said, you feel like you're treading water or on a hamster wheel. I did not get the courtesy of even a response to that letter. So if anybody says we're not answering questions, that's just not true. We've asked for everything to be that we could answer, and we have yet for 1 month to even receive a response to my request for a meeting to see if there's anything further that we can answer. I can only interpret that as meaning we have answered all of your questions. I think your consultants will indicate that we've answered all of your questions. We're going to have a presentation tonight of some of the final changes that were reviewed by Mr. Hamilton that I think, for someone with open minds, are actually beneficial to the people in the audience with respect to the parking and moving it back. And the changes will be gone through tonight. But I do ask at this point, after 4 or 5 public hearings and almost a year of this, that we close this public hearing. We haven't heard any new comments in the last couple of public hearings. They're the same comments over and over that we've addressed, either satisfactorily or not. But we've asked you what you're not satisfied with, and you've neglected to inform us of that. So we really do ask that this public hearing be closed and the negative declaration be issued. And I guess after Mr. Stallman is going to present whatever he's going to present, then first Tom Kerrigan will come up to present some of the minor changes that were made to the plans. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'd like to hear the changes first.
Okay.
Have your architect make his presentation.
I think changes
Good evening. The major changes to the site plan have to do with the alignment of the driveways and the location of the parking. We slid the main entrance down a little bit due to the concern that there was some overlap between the extension of the property line out into the right-of-way and out to Hawks Avenue. We slid it down the hill a little bit to clear that up. There was also concern about parking in the front yard. That parking has been removed. That parking has also been made up in the back and in between the two buildings. In addition, the alignment of the driveway in front of Building 1 has been again, also realigned, and additional parking is located there as well. We have also added in front of the two buildings vestibules. That will be addressed by the architect. Those are the changes that we made to the site plan.
The parking remains the same at 112, but was redistributed as common.
And brought further away from the front of Hawks Avenue.
show the only change has been is we left the multiple front in both buildings.
And that was basically all the changes that we requested to have those plans reviewed by the building department. Now, the building department did not review the plans per the building code because that is not in the realm of where we go. They only reviewed it for zoning. I just want to make it very clear the differential. Yes. And we did show colored renderings, I think, on the last meeting. So these are our proposed colored renderings of this. We proposed this before. We will submit these renderings in colored format. There's two of them. There's one, and then there is.
JB, can you also show it to the audience so they can get a view to see?
So these will be presented as part, I think, of the architectural board review, or is this presented before that?
I'm sorry, Tony, your question?
Question is, when do you want the renderings presented? Or can they just be presented now?
I think it's fine to present them now.
Okay, so we'll be presenting these renderings in full format at the next. There will be two renderings, different color, and different textures, one's brick, one's stone. So there'll be the two renderings of the
And are you going to call out materials as well?
We did.
Yeah.
All the materials.
I have
Yeah.
looked.
Yeah, we have colored shingles and texture of the siding.
Sounds good. If we need anything else, we'll certainly
And you
mention
would
it.
bring samples and more color palettes.
That's it for new submissions.
Yes, that was the limit of the submission. To move forward at this point, excuse me, to move forward at this point, we really have to say that the site plan as you received it is in order so that we can move forward to making sure getting all the other drawings in order, the tree plan, the environmental plans, everything else that goes along with that.
Okay. At this point, David, I'd like you to review our planning consultant, prepare a memo, which we would like him to now review.
Why don't we turn to page 4, which is where the analysis and recommendation starts. And some of these comments are just placeholders. They've been made before, and there are a couple of new comments. So wetlands and water courses, we're deferring to Steve Coleman with respect to those matters. The stone structure, removal of that structure has been recommended by the building inspector, just a placeholder. The planning board became lead agency. Now, with respect to traffic, these are two new comments. The site plan has been modified to shift the proposed access driveway away from the northern property line. However, the radii on both corners of this access drive will not accommodate a truck. The radii should at least accommodate an SU-30 truck without the vehicle traveling over any center line of the driveway or to Hawks Avenue. So it's a relatively simple matter of adjusting the geometry. B, as discussed at a recent planning board meeting, and that was the last meeting that you attended, the applicant should provide an analysis of the project's potential impact upon the intersection of Route 9A and Croton Dam Road. And there's available information in the record that was submitted by the Riverdale applicant.
Yeah, and I I talked to Mr. Garofalo about that, and he had submitted that a long while ago and covered it. I can look through my records and I can have him look at this also and see if the analysis was up to the standards that you need for.
That would be good, that would be good. I recall submitting something on that intersection as well, but not a real traffic analysis. And there is information in the public record now by the River Knoll applicant. You can make use of that information as well.
We will do that.
Further, the River Knoll applicant has submitted a concept plan for the addition of separate left turn lanes on the Croton Dam Road approaches to Route 9A and for the modification of the traffic signal timing at this location. Based upon the results of the above mentioned analysis, the planning board should determine if it would be appropriate for the Park Knolls applicant to share in the cost of the study, design, approval process with the New York State Department of Transportation, and implementation of these improvements. So basically, we're saying, take a look at your impact on that intersection. You're adding a certain number of cars to an intersection. On a percentage basis, it's very, very small. So take a look at your impact on that intersection, and there are certain improvements to the approaches to the Route 9A intersection at Croton Dam Road, and maybe there could be some plan to make those improvements, and you could participate in that conceivably. Compatibility, and this has to do with comments that were made at the public hearing and the seeker process. We really need to evaluate the impact upon the neighborhood, character of the existing neighborhood. We recommend that the planning board require that the applicant prepare appropriate graphics for the purpose of assessing the degree of compatibility of the Park Knolls project with the surrounding residential development in order for the planning board to evaluate the project's potential impact upon neighborhood character in accordance with the seeker process. We're not saying that the project is incompatible, and we're not saying that the project has to be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, but just graphics to show that the two are compatible.
Is that a graphic?
That is helpful. That's certainly helpful. Maybe a streetscape showing a bit of each project. Something that assuming that you're successful, we can hang our hat on and come to a conclusion with no significant adverse environmental impact. And the next two comments are just repeats, just placeholders, so we don't forget about these things. Any questions? Okay. Thanks.
Does the public have a right to speak?
Yes, you're going in a second.
Just check it.
It's a public hearing.
Dan, do you have any comments at this point?
As this application has been evolving, we did earlier in the process receive a stormwater pollution prevention plan. So there's been some minor changes, and the applicant was able to demonstrate that he can satisfy the stormwater general permit. So we're not going to really, I don't think it's appropriate to ask him to really redo that document until such time as the music stops, so to speak, with changes in, building footprints and parking lots and so forth. But clearly the amount of impervious isn't changing greatly, and the SWIP we have on file previously demonstrated that it works. So I would not want the applicant to redo it until we resolve the overall layout of the plan. So in that regard, I don't see there's a problem with decking it on stormwater. And we've also been working with the applicant on the upgrades to the pump station. And again, the applicant is willing to do what's necessary, and we just have to resolve whether, to what extent the pumps need to be upgraded.
Okay. All right. At this point, we will turn it over to the public. I might just suggest that everybody can be heard, but if there's going to be a lot of repeating from the person ahead of you, obviously there's been a number of public hearings so far. We've heard a lot of the comments. We'd like to hear from everybody, but at the same time, not just answering the person ahead of you. So with that, if anybody wants to start, please give your name and address.
I'm Helen Arbor Young. I live at 72 Deerfield Lane at Deerfield Condominium. I want to start by saying that I am a tree hugger, and my major concern when all of this came to light was the loss of habitat for animals, particularly birds. In Deerfield, I'm fortunate enough to have lots of different species of birds and large turtles nesting in the backyard and assorted other deer eating the plants, etc. But it is a beautiful neighborhood, it is a beautiful road, and the bucolic setting that the meeting with Mr. Beldotti was held in was the setting that now exists at 87 Hawks Avenue, which is not built upon yet, but has one house. And so you look out at gorgeous mature trees and several specimen trees, and it is very bucolic. I find it difficult to believe that it will remain so. But I would like to begin, that was just a little aside, by reading you a letter from the lawyer who is representing Deerfield. The letter was sent to the planning board and to the town board yesterday. And I don't know how many of you have seen it or read it. We are writing to respectfully request that the public hearing concerning the application for 87 Hawks Avenue remain open indefinitely for the numerous reasons that follow. Number one, there were town board violations in 2011 that undermined the entire development process in 2016. Numerous violations of due process occurred at the town board level in 2011, depriving residents and neighbors from notice and opportunity to raise concerns over matters before the town board at that time. The recent proposed development of the premises at 87 Hawks Avenue has brought to light notice deficiencies that were not and could not have reasonably been discovered at the time of the violations or any time up to the present. There was a lack of proper advance notice which deprived the public of an opportunity to be heard at the March 22nd, 2011 public hearing on proposed comprehensive plan revisions. There is no proof of proper notice of a public hearing to create this multi-family in district. On March 22nd, 2011, the town board conducted a defective and unlawful public hearing concerning proposed revisions to the then existing comprehensive plan for the town of Ossining. Had residents of Deerfield Condominium been given proper advance notice of the public hearing to create a brand new zoning district known as MFI, which stands for Multifamily In District, the residents of Deerfield Condominium would have attended and addressed creation of the proposed new district. However, residents and neighbors in the vicinity of Hawks Avenue were not given proper advance notice of the March 22nd, 2011 public hearing in violation of the law. Not surprisingly, not a single resident appeared at the March 22nd, 2011 public hearing to address creation of the new MFI district. Indeed, the town's response to a recent FOIL request, that's the Freedom of Information law, for proof of notice of the March 22nd, 2011 public hearing revealed that the town could not find proof of notice. In addition to the fact that residents and neighbors received no notice of the public hearing, the absence of proper proof of public notice supports the presumption that due process was violated and town residents were unlawfully deprived of the opportunity to be heard with respect to the resolution to create the new multifamily in zoning district. Based upon the foregoing, the creation of the zoning district, MFI, in violation of due process, should be declared a nullity. There was likewise inadequate notice of the public hearing to amend the particular zoning of a certain parcel from ORM to MFI. On March 22nd, 2011, in the very same legislative session that the town conducted a public hearing to create new zoning of District MFI as part of its revision of the comprehensive plan, the town also and virtually simultaneously allegedly conducted a public hearing to amend the zoning of one particular parcel, namely 87 Hawks Avenue, from its then existing designation of ORM to the new designation as MFI. Despite that these legislative sessions were conducted virtually simultaneously, they constitute separate legislative acts that have independent legal significance, as discussed in greater detail in the sections below. To the extent,
If I can, just for the record, I think we're going like far beyond the jurisdiction or the purview of this board. This board has no jurisdiction, no purview to consider whether the town board made violations of due process
well, I would
or errors.
appreciate, since I have a feeling that you're going to close public hearings, I would like this to be spoken on the record.
I don't think we're going to close the public hearing because I think you heard a whole list of things that this board asked the applicant to provide, certainly within the board's discretion whether they want to close the public hearing. But I'm just a little concerned about hearing about something that's not within this board's jurisdiction to consider whether the town board erred in adopting a rezoning that occurred 5 years ago. I just think, you're welcome to make those statements, but this board has no jurisdiction and no purview to consider the statements that you're making. So I think
you don't have to respond to them, but you could hear them, because I think they're worthwhile for all the planning board members to understand that some acts of zoning have been, to begin with, from the get-go, illegal. And this is one of them.
And that's your contention, and I
Well,
understand
I have
that.
some proof of it.
Right, but that's your contention, but this board has no authority to weigh in on that
That's fine.
contention.
Okay, I appreciate that you heard what you heard, and hopefully we'll get to the heart of that matter in the future.
I know, I forget.
Good evening, I'm Mike Vaughn. I live at 116 Woodsbrook Circle. You've seen me before. I had not planned to speak tonight, but I am frankly provoked into doing so by Mr. Venditti's comments earlier. And I would like to start by saying, for the record, since it has been put on the record, that I was one of the people in the meeting on June 1st that was alluded to. I was promised by Mr. Beldati that that meeting was off the record. And now it has all been put on the record. So clearly, we are being dealt with in bad faith. And I think that needs to be considered in everything that you are hearing. We were promised it was an off-the-record meeting. It was very cordial. It was very friendly. It was very amicable. We were asked to sign in. I asked, why are we being asked to sign in? I thought this meeting was off the record. I was told, oh, it is off the record. And I will send you a list of everybody who's here, which Mr. Beldati did do. The next day I got a list from him. But the fact that the list of attendees is included in a letter sent to this board which purports to report on what happened at that meeting, says that it wasn't off the record. That's bad faith.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yes,
Nahas's letter brought up the meeting.
Yeah.
you promised that meeting was off the record.
And yet Nahas put it on the record.
Yeah.
The second thing that got said tonight by Mr. Venditti was alluding to Ms. Nahas's letter, in which he says it was full of ad hominem attacks, which are not appropriate in a proceeding like this. And I would agree. But then the letter makes numerous ad hominem, or maybe it's ad homina, attacks against Ms. Nahas. So either they're allowable or they're not. You can't have it both ways. Okay? So, having said that, we went to this meeting, I and the other few of us who did, and by the way, this was an invitation at a meeting at Mr. Beldotti's invitation. He asked for the meeting, and we all thought, it's about time. We are finally going to get down to business, and maybe we can all come together and figure out something that works to everyone's satisfaction. The only thing that had changed in the plan was the parking that had been facing onto Hawks was moved away from Hawks. Still 53 units. We're still concerned about the density. Now, I grant you that density conforms to the zoning, which may or may not be legal. But they're hanging their hats on the fact that their plan conforms to a zoning action. So I don't know what the lawyer's going to do about that. But, so yes, it does. I will grant you that. It conforms to the zoning as it's written. But we remain concerned that the density exceeds what's appropriate for the neighborhood. And we've been saying that over and over. So, Mr. McWilliams, that is a repetition of things we've said before, but neither have we seen any modification. They don't even cut it from 53 to 52 or whatever. So that remains a concern. Ms. Nahas was attacked for having said that the, quote, experts, in quotes, but those experts, by their own admission, failed to consider any impact at the intersection of 9A and Croton Dam Road. So how expert can they be, really, when they themselves admit, and thank you, Mr. Stolman, in the letter that you just read, or the memo that you highlighted, you were saying one of the things that the board should be asking for is you ought to take a look at 9A and Croton Dam Road. Thank you very much. Well, shouldn't the experts have done that months ago? And when they failed to do that, something as simple as that, if they really knew what the neighborhood was all about, then we begin to question all of the other things. They lose credibility. I'm sorry, they do. And so to the parking. The parking as proposed is compliant with the zoning, assuming that the zoning is legal. But there's actually a contradiction in the plans, because at one point the plans allude to the fact that there's a certain amount of parking and then some other spaces banked for possible future use. That is what the plan says.
No, that went away when they told us to make it.
It's still on the plan. It is still on the plan.
The most recent.
Yes, on the left-hand side, down toward the bottom, those exact words.
What does this say?
It says, do you have them here?
Yeah. I'm waiting for what it says.
The shouldn't be a back and forth between the two.
Well, you know, this
I
is the
understand.
part I'm getting into.
It's a public meeting.
What it says is, I don't, in my notes, I don't have the numbers, but it has X amount of parking and Y amount of parking banked for potential future use if needed.
No. The proposed landscape,
Here you go. Excuse me. Right here, Mr. Balzani. Total parking provided. Banked parking for future use if required. Or,
That's what it says on the plan.
What does it say there?
here
What
it
does it
says
say?
that it's going to be.
What does it say?
My point is, what did I say?
What did
On
he
the
say?
record, on the record, I said, the plan contradicts itself. In two different places, it says different things. Which one governs?
The one,
The one that we promised to the planning board that they're not banked, they'll be constructed today.
we already
And if that,
mentioned it.
and that was not, if it
It
wasn't
was
taken
in the
off the
record.
prior page, it will be taken off.
it was in the record, too.
It was in the record
They weren't
for the
gonna
last
be
two meetings.
banked, they were gonna be constructed at the same time.
You did say that, but
Okay.
I'm reading the plan.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading the document that somebody's going to be looking at X number of years from now. This is not unlike in the prior hearing where the gentleman admitted that his letter was just flat out wrong. The guy who said, you know, there was no wetlands or whatever, and he said, yeah, well, the letter was wrong. So, I don't know, you could say, well, that's not right, this is the one that's right. All I'm saying is, they gotta get their act together. In the meeting, finally, Mr. Stolman's, one of the other things he alluded to was a notion about compatibility and maybe some appropriate graphics and stuff like that. I forget your exact words. In our off-the-record meeting on June 1st, we were promised that a graphic would be prepared that compared this project to Deerfield and the woods. Maybe it was an overlay, I'm not sure exactly what they had in mind, but something that we would clearly be able to see, that you would clearly be able to see, how this project compares aesthetically, height, etc., to the neighboring projects. Now, that meeting happened on June 1st. It's June 15th today. It's not here. You're now recommending that they need to bring something like that. They haven't done it. So, Mr. Vendetti asked that the meeting be closed. I asked, you can't close this meeting. There are too many outstanding questions.
It's not going to be closed.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Well, my name is Veronica Mandel. I live in Fox Hill, and I also did not expect to speak tonight. I will say one thing. I did not like your tone. I did not like how you spoke to the people who live here. This is our home. It is a semi-rural area. Fourth Avenue has no sidewalks, okay? Many of the people work in New York City. This is not, it's not
Could you address the
semi-rural.
board?
This is not a
Address the
semi-rural.
board.
This is a semi-rural area. And people have moved to this area because they wanted to live in this area and not have an apartment building. What I am disappointed with tonight is that this meeting, you started this issue at 10 o'clock at night. People have left. They have to work. On something as serious as this, you're holding meetings, and there are other people, and I'm not going to take more time, there are other people behind us who also have issues. I find that to be really outrageous and not considerate to the people who have to go to work tomorrow and who have had to leave on something so important as this issue. So I have a problem with how all of this came out, and I really hope that you would take it a little bit more serious, because it is serious to the people who moved here, who pay substantial taxes, and who are good citizens here, that you treat them as good citizens. Thank you.
wasn't going to speak either. Steve Jenny from 92 Deer Run Lane. On the record, the attack by Mr. Venditti on Ms. Nahas was very brave, especially since he's not here. Okay? I attended that meeting also at 87 Hawks, and I was led to believe that it was kind of a backslapping, you know, let's be friends type of meeting. And for the most part, I think it was, and he did make some changes on the plan, some positive changes. But Mr. Venditti, with all his attacking, kind of left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. There was a promise made by Mr. Baldati. There was a reference made to a stone structure. And Mr. Baldati, at the very end of the meeting, said to Ms. Nahas, and there was somebody else there, that not to worry, he'll take care of that. Well, I don't think that's going to hold true. He did make some changes. I've got to give him credit for that. But the other people that have spoken here tonight, especially the ones that are complaining that it's 20 to 11, and I have to go to work at 4 tomorrow morning, but I'm not sure that the public is being heard. I really am not sure. We hear nothing back from you, ever. And I know there have been people that have written to the board, some people have sent emails to the board, some people, we never hear anything, nothing. You don't say, okay, point well taken. We get a young lady here who wants to stop people from speaking, and I think it's some valuable information that she had, but she was stopped. And I don't think that's fair either. The public wants to be heard, and you volunteered for this, I'm sorry to say. It's your job to listen to the public. It's not your job to grant this without listening and studying the concerns of the public. That's all I want to say.
Speak up a bit, sir.
My name's Peter Orokinto. I live at Fox Hill Development. I just happen to believe that collectively 112 cars in that space, added onto the road there would potentially be a problem. And I think it's going to greatly impact everybody that lives in the area. I just would like to make that clear to everybody.
Is there anybody else?
Can I respond to something? Oh, you're next, sorry. A quickie from me? You first.
Keith Gordon, 78 Hawks Avenue. I would just like to point out to the board that Croton Dam Road, up until Kitchewan Road, is not a state highway. The state highway comes across 134, 134 comes across 9A, Kitchewan, turns right to Hawks, turns left, goes down to Dale. The rest of Croton Dam Road is town road. Now those of us who live on Hawks and need to get onto 9A South find it extremely difficult to make the left turn onto Croton Dam Road because the traffic coming up the hill from the River Knolls area, which will only get more so, backs up from the light past Kitchewan. So one thing the town could do, and I realize this is maybe not the planning board's authority, but you are part of the town government, is put a stop sign on Croton Dam Road at the intersection of Kitchewan going towards 9A so that that traffic has to let the traffic out of Kitchewan, left, right, left, right, left, right, so everybody can flow. That's all I have to say.
the last thing, please.
Okay.
I wanted to respond to the comments about lack of maintenance at Deerfield. We have hired and retained contractors, people that stick cameras into drains and look for problems. We have maintained our property. We are not trying to get flooded. We have maintained it. And the people who got flooded are on a part of the property that was built on what was, I think, wetland when it was built. So the expectation that it's going to suddenly turn into something else is kind of ludicrous, but we all live there and we have to maintain it. We're required to live there.
All right. Board members, any comments?
When you got together with the neighborhood, was there any conversation about the size of the buildings and how you determined the square footage of the apartments and how one affected the other?
Well, basically, in the code, it says that no building shall be more than 150 feet long. These buildings are 149, 150 feet. We did have a set of plans that showed one of the buildings at Deerfield that was 148, 9 feet long also. So they're comparable in length. No, beyond that, we did go through the size of the apartments, the number of apartments, the designation of the below market rental units, and how many there were, and what I'm thinking how many there were and what designations there were, how many bedrooms and how many.
Well, I recall that we asked why 53, because we were sort of hoping that we could at least see this project downsized, especially since you're going to have below grade parking for a parking garage underground, which, you know, we're not fathoming how that's all going to work out with water levels. But when we asked, you explained, and it was logical, that there is a mathematical formula for how to make, you're not going to make a profit on this if you don't have 53 apartments. And that's your perspective because you're a developer and that's how you see it. We're looking at it exclusively as homeowners and worrying about property value going down where we are and seeing a major change and cars ramming into each other and longer waits at lights, and that's how we're seeing it. A change in what was a beautiful piece of property. Can't win them all, but we were hoping if somebody bought it, they'd put in a couple of single-family houses and an apartment house. That's all.
And frankly, I wasn't expecting an answer. The problem is that one of the consistent complaints that we're hearing, and I was hoping that we, at some point would find some common ground here, is that the size of the buildings are a bit out of character with what's existing on the site. And I'm not requiring anything. I'm just throwing out there that just based on the size of the square footage of the apartments, if they were to be shaved down slightly, we could, there's enough apartments there that are proposed that it would have an effect on the scale.
There's a couple of reasons, okay? There's a lot of amenities put into these buildings, and unfortunately, we're competing just like everybody else for market share. So in competing, we have to generate certain amenities for our future tenants. Open space, very important. Trails, very important. People can get out and walk. A pool, very important. Indoor health club facilities in the basement, very important. The size of the apartments are based on what we think the market is for the area. We have a lot of space within the buildings that really we use for community rooms and so forth. So we didn't overcrowd the interior of the buildings. The underground parking, yes, it's there. It's great for people who want to be out of the weather. There's enough underground parking so that almost every apartment gets one space within the basement. We put elevators in the building, which we thought were very, very important in a 2.5-story building, because we're looking, people just don't want to walk up 2 flights of stairs to get to their apartment. So we're doing elevators. So the more amenities and costs we put into the building, we felt that we used a formula that was based in the zoning code. Again, I hate to keep using that word because I may get in trouble, but we used that number and the formulas as we did it. You know, each apartment needs a certain amount of open area. Each apartment needs a certain square footage. Each apartment needs a certain type of parking. So we formulated. We didn't go to 3-bedroom apartments because we didn't want to go into that area. So we stayed with a lot of ones. There's 41 bedroom apartments here. There's only 13 2-bedroom apartments. So we stayed more on the 1-bedroom side than to try to get into the 2-bedroom.
And I don't want to just pound all the negative, because some of the adjustments that you made on the site in dealing with the wetlands was a great thing, and you did it without us pushing you too hard on those issues.
Yeah,
But the one, and I do appreciate the 1-bedroom apartments exceeding the 2s, but they are probably 200 square feet bigger than some of the other proposals that we have before us. So if, you know, if there was something, and believe me, if I was involved in the project and I had to make those changes, I'd want to put my head through the wall, but luckily I'm not. And if there's something you can look at to make an adjustment and scale things down enough where we can find some common ground in this room, because there's just way too many people here complaining. And now we'll stop clapping, because some of the stuff they're complaining about, I don't agree with them on. But on this aspect, I think this is an area where I think we can find some common ground and maybe come to some reasonable consensus.
I'll tell you really frankly, you get into an apartment that you say is 1,150 square feet. After you start putting all the ductwork in and all the units in you know, the heating and cooling units in the
I live it.
Okay.
I'll invite you to my house.
Right, so now
your apartments are as big as my
all
house.
the size of the actual usable area of the apartment comes down substantially. And this is the second phase of that development. Once these drawings go to the architect who's going to look at them in a lot of different ways, like fire access, handicap, size of bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. Once you get into all of that, now the room sizes start shrinking because of the amenities that you have to follow within the design standards that are necessary to achieve the type of building. And you know, putting smaller apartments in.
Or just losing a study.
Well,
I'm not suggesting, just throwing it out there.
I don't know about you, but I like to work home once in a while. I don't want to work in my bedroom. Okay? And the thing is that the apartment market today is getting much more sophisticated, and it's just not a place to hang up your hat for 8 hours at night and then leave, okay, and say, hey, I got a little hole in the ground, or a little hole there, I can get in there, but I really can't function and I really can't.
I can appreciate
You understand what
that.
I'm
Yes.
saying? And that's the way.
And just so we're clear on your comment about us getting back to you on the get-together, there's a fine line between us getting together and it turning into a public session.
My letter said.
I
there couldn't be
understand.
more than two of you, otherwise you have
Exactly.
open meetings law. So that's why they have informal meetings.
So it wasn't purposeful that we were ignoring you, it's just, it quickly turns into a public hearing.
Right. And the only thing we're looking for, gentlemen, is a way to come and answer your questions. We feel that the only thing that we have is the basis of understanding what our requirements are to build this project. It's just like, you put in a fire code, you need a fire code. You need a carbon monoxide detector in every apartment. These are requirements. There's nothing that says you can't do it, you have to do it. And
I'm just hoping there's something that, I'm hoping you're smarter than I am and you can come up with something that makes more people move around.
We'll see.
I'm going to try to be brief. May 18th meeting minutes, reading it, and I'm still still baffled by things that I express as concerns. And Mr. Vendetti's words and listening to what he's said back to me, I'm still here baffled about it. I think that it's very inappropriate comment, and I'm sorry, but I want to be held accountable. That's what you said to me. Okay, word for word. I felt like I'm being threatened as a planning board member. I'm being threatened by your attorney. Okay, but I'd rather talk with you to the right over there.
You
a
can
little
talk
bit
to
now.
any type of, I'm a very open guy.
Yes,
and
I think there's a little negativity over there. But again, I'm going to do exactly what Jim said. As a member of the Architectural Planning Board, the Architectural Review Board, the Planning Board, I think you need to consider downsizing it a little. The buildings, the little renderings, the elevations, they're beautiful. You're probably using beautiful materials. When I look at those, and I went to a Google map the other day, and I just looked at all these people's houses next to all the condos, and I'm looking at what you're doing, and yes, it's a beautiful structure. It's just out of architectural character, which we're with. Architectural Review Board, I think I'm allowed to say that.
Mark, I only
Okay.
say one thing, okay? The coverage on this site is very low. It's, the building coverage is far below the required coverage per the code. I'm not talking about, we're saving and generating almost 4 acres of open space that's not gonna be disturbed. The only thing we're going back there for is possibly putting some nice trails in with wood chips.
I agree with you there.
And
I
then
agree
we
with you
did,
there, yes.
we're looking to do something of, instead of the metal and concrete bridges that we were gonna build, we turned them into wood, so they're more with the character of the area, okay? So we're listening, but there is a point in every job, and I have done enough of them now, where you've got to give the end consumer what they want. And they're not gonna, as I said, they're not gonna go into 650 square foot park.
I'm just gonna continue on a little bit, because,
Go ahead, go.
again, the young lady over there, again, Sandy gave us that information today, and I started reading a little of it today, and I was like, Kathy, I was like, I don't know, like 2011, I wasn't part of it, and yes, I know we're not allowed to talk about it.
No, it's not that you're not allowed to talk about it, and I just want to be clear that the issue wasn't, the public wasn't precluded from raising that issue. They submitted a written document to the board that the board obviously considered, and then the vast majority of that letter was then read into the record. My point and my job as the attorney is to make sure that this board's decision is based in the law. And this board would have no authority to consider any, even though if those statements were 100% true, this board has to apply the law that exists now and the current codes. And, you know, it was the wrong venue to raise the claim, because this board has no purview, no jurisdiction to consider whether an action taken by the town board was proper or not proper. So that can't factor in
I understand,
to
but
this board's decision.
I want to just ask another question. So if that report, which I still haven't finished reading, said back in 2011 that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like it was zoned for one area and then it was changed to a different area, which here it is 2006, 15, or when they applied. So they didn't know that it was zoned for, that it was zoned for a house. And then all of a sudden it's zoned for 54 houses, or 54 apartments. Whether or not that was legal back then, I don't know. And whether or not they even knew that, I don't know. I don't know if they even knew that, because obviously they didn't buy that piece of property back then. So I think that's something that whether the mayor or someone has to go and research that aspect of it.
Yes.
But I don't want to get, I'm not getting into, because I don't know, it's not, I'm a planning board member, I'm
Right,
architecture
so
review board member.
in front of this board,
Yes.
that can't weigh into this board's
Right, but
consideration.
again, we know that it's for 53, that's what we've been told, fine, 53. As a member of the architectural review board, I'm agreeing with what Jim says, I just think you need to consider maybe downsizing it a little bit, think of it a little bit smaller, so that it's in keeping with the buildings that are to the left, right, behind. What you were doing with the parkland in the back, and you're leaving it pretty much as is. The first time I saw the drawings a couple months ago, I thought this was great. He's not touching anything up in the hills. It's all being left as is. The stream is pretty much, your buildings are not near the stream. As I mentioned last time, am I concerned about the road in the front? Yes, I'm still concerned about that.
Yes.
How close it is to the neighbors, left and right. To me, I mean, you're doing certain things right, but I just, that in my eyes, that I probably agree with you that everyone wants a little study to work at home. Whether or not a 1,700, 1,100 square foot apartment is there, I don't know. Yes, you're giving amenities, yes, you're giving a gym, yes, you're giving a swimming pool, yes, you're giving a community center. But you're not driving to and from the train station or to the shopping center, so you have all those amount of cars as concerned. So,
Can I correct you 1 second?
yes.
Okay. The average size of a one-bedroom apartment is 1,038 square feet.
That's gigantic.
That is good.
How big are the townhouses adjacent to them? The one bedrooms and the two
A
bedrooms?
lot bigger than that.
My one bedroom is 1,200 square feet.
What
And
do you have,
three-
one?
I have a one bedroom, it's total 1,200 square feet.
I have
The
that,
tri-level.
I'm at 95, 2 doors down from your sister.
Still waiting for you to put closets in.
And how many square feet?
It's about a little over 18.
Okay, you're 18 and that's 11, or 1, okay? The average size of a 2-bedroom is 1,200. Okay, but they're less than a condo, and of a 2-bedroom condo. So where is the? I don't understand that 1,800 square feet. Because when I get to that number and I look at the apartment sizes, I'm not coordinating.
To me, they just look a little bit larger than what's normal.
Well,
But again, I'm looking at the low buildings to the left, all the other
But if you put 2 of
condos.
those buildings together, if you put 2 condos together, 150 feet, condos are 45 feet long because they flow in and out. You put them together, 90 feet, and you only got 6 units. 90 feet by 150 feet, 6 units. the density and the coverage is a lot greater.
Density, but the square footages, the length of these buildings would be similar, yes. But the amount of people living in those buildings would be a lot different.
And the cars.
That's what just brings up, I just
The
think,
school wasn't overpassed.
That entranceway.
again, we're only allowed to say certain things and stuff like that. I just said, we're just asking to look and consider reducing the size.
We can't hear you.
But when you build your condos, the school wasn't over capacity. I'm not saying you don't, I'm sure.
I'm trying to appease everybody. There's a way that I can, there's a way I can't. Just like we're all on the same page. And I only do the best I can.
Mark, you're done, your comments? Okay, I have a couple comments. Really has to do with like compatibility that David had pointed out in here. When you do the graphics, could you possibly, and you probably have prints from the original Deerfield. I know you have some 3-story units with garages under and stuff like that. Could you take scale prints from that project and include those? I'm not saying redraw them. You can probably just get prints of them, of all the typical conditions in Deerfield, which is basically the 3-bedroom unit on the high side, and then a typical 2-story, I'm talking stories.
You got 2 stories in the front and 3 in the back.
Right. Bring those in on a print.
3 in the front and 2 in the back.
Put the accurate heights on there, from grade to the midpoint of the roof. You put the heights on your proposed drawings over here, to the midpoint of the roof, just to see what they really are height-wise. And would it be possible to do a schematic site section through Building 2, across Hawks Avenue, and take in, at least diagrammatically, the height of the Deerfield unit up there, so we could see what the height differential is?
You're saying the height is way in the back.
Well, right here, just do a section right across there. See what the relative height and scale of the woods unit is, that's a Deerfield, relative to the grade, the road, and the height of, at least this facade of Building 2. So that site section. And the comparison to the Deerfield units in terms of size, everything else like that. All right, the public hearing is going to be held open. If you could please address the things in David Stolman's memo, and at least consider what board members have said in terms of the size of the units, what I've said about the compatibility. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Adjourned.
I need oxygen. Need an oxygen drip or something. No, it's okay. Being facetious, I mean, after this. It's slightly entertaining for me, but.
Bethany is next.
Hours ago, yeah.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Since we're here, Jimmy Hernandez, architect for the project. Since we were last here, the only change we had made to the project was in response to some of the comments from Mr. Stallman. We made a couple corrections. We removed a couple of trees that were on the vegetation trail. And then we added some landscaping, and as a response, there was a comment from Mr. Williams about lighting along the aisles, headlights. So we did add some landscaping that would prevent the headlights when they're going up and down the aisles from shining on the neighbors. Also, there was a comment, I believe it was from the county. Of course, they would like to see we would put some more bicycle racks, so we have added those to the site plan as well. And there was a question about the school bus. So we did manage to locate an area for as a load zone, and to have 2 or 3 small buses or 2 big buses parked in the area. You will be able to unload kids in the afternoon. And what will happen here is that the reason we put them along this curve was to avoid losing the fire apparatus access. And those were all the changes that we had, and that we also submitted a memo to the board members with, again, going over the same comments.
David, do you have any comments at this point?
I just have one comment. It has to do with the parking and traffic information that you've provided. Yes. We would like to see, thank you, we'd like to see a bit more information with respect to traffic and parking, especially with regard to events that you may have there. Actually, I have 2 comments. That's the first one. Especially with regard to events. And if you want to call JB, we can talk about what we're going to need to see. But there's some limited traffic and parking information on the plans, but that's not really enough to analyze the situation. And the other is a question. You seem to have a sub-base built into the future parking areas.
Yes.
Is there some reason why you're doing that instead of just leaving those areas the way they are?
The reason we were doing actually not the future parking, the sub-base is for the event parking. So in the case if that's needed, it won't damage
the event parking.
Right.
But you also are showing the same thing for the future parking.
We will only use it for the event parking, so we will correct that in the drawing.
Okay. It seemed like you didn't need to do that.
Right.
Okay, thanks. That's all I've got.
Dan, do you have any comments?
I guess my stuff, I may need a clarification. Am I correct in that the additional pavement impervious is 29,581 square feet? Is that the tabulation? Just going off of what you have? Okay. Because one of the questions that sort of all tied together here is there's this other parking area which it's not clear whether you're building it now or in the future, and it all relates to how much actual land disturbance is going to take place to implement the plan, which kind of defines to what level your SWIP needs to be, your stormwater pollution prevention plan needs to go to. My gut feeling is that the just quick and dirty analysis that you have on the sheet there is probably not going to cut it, that we're going to need to go to another level, as well as prepare a erosion control plan showing how that's going to be dealt with. So one of the key things we need to know is how much disturbed area does your plan require? And it's a little difficult also to differentiate between existing pavement and proposed paved areas. We'll talk, and
yes,
we need to clarify those issues.
Okay.
That's it.
John Hamilton submitted a memo. He reviewed the plans. This was submitted yesterday. He found the project to be in compliance with the town zoning code, both in terms of bulk requirements and also parking. So for the record, just want that noted. I think everybody on the board has received that memo. We just received it today. The applicant must provide a memorandum of agreement to the town attorney regarding the area as per section 200A10B of the zoning code. This has to do with the, I think this has to do with the 40, yeah, the land bank 40 undeveloped parking spaces.
Yes.
So there has.
It's essentially a guarantee that if the town goes out there and sees that there's a parking problem, or if the applicant is interested in having more parking in the future.
Right.
But especially if the town goes out there, the applicant has to actually build the parking within a certain period of time.
Okay. Very good. Before I poll the board in terms of any comments they might have, is there anybody from the public who would like to speak? Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Ann Merla. I live at 21 Stonegate Road in Austin. My property goes up to the back of the proposed art center. I won't repeat things that you've already expressed that I had concerns about. I guess my biggest concern is I don't really even know what it is and what it's going to be. That's my biggest concern. Like I've seen the plans, I looked at the plans, and it said studios and apartments, and then they're going to put in a meditation path that's going to actually come over the line that's allowed by the zoning to come up closer to my backyard, where I sit outside, and I bought a large piece of property so I could have privacy. It's all wooded in the back, filled with wildlife, and now I'm gonna have people staring down into my backyard from up there, and that's of a great concern to me. Also environmentally, the animals that do travel through there freely now, on a daily basis. We have every animal known to man, almost. I just am very concerned about them as well. I mean, that is why I bought that property, because of its natural state. And now I see school buses, so and honestly, most of my questions are I just don't know enough about this project, and I'd like to know more. I'm really not saying I'm for it or against it. There's a few things that I would like to see changed that I could say immediately looking at the plan, but I just don't know enough about it. So how can I get that information?
Is this your first meeting?
Yeah, for this, yes, yeah. You have a plan?
Well, at the last meeting, we shared a narrative describing some of the planned activities at Bethany, and I believe they were dropped off at each neighbor's home. But I think where you were, maybe they were. But I think they're downloadable on the town's website, but we can certainly mail you.
That same piece of information, that would be great.
Last
Yeah, it would be good if you could do that.
Same piece of information is available at the building department if you wanted.
We can provide that.
Okay, all right, great, that's great. So also, I guess my main concern is my privacy, and why I bought that property. So your path went over in the back towards my property over, it did, at the last plan that I saw, went over, the walking path went over the allowable distance to build before going to the other property. What is it, like a buffer zone? Sorry, I'm not. It's like a buffer zone. Setback, yes, thank you.
Building envelope.
The setback is for buildings, which is
So
just a walking path.
it's just the walking path.
Yeah. There's no tree removal.
Right. That's gonna go right above my property.
Well, it's 100 feet away from the property line.
100 feet away? From my property?
Or from any property.
All the way around?
Somewhere in here that is closer to 40 feet, but I'm not sure where the property is. Somewhere where it's closer, but mostly it's 100 feet.
Okay, so mostly I'd like to know what the distance is to my property. And also, just one more thing, if you could please speak to the tax department. I know you guys don't want to talk about other departments, but this room is horrible. It really is. And I pay a great deal in taxes. Maybe they could give you guys some money to get a nice room where we could all meet. Thank you. Have a great night.
Any other comments?
Hi, I'm Beth Cohen. I live at 6 Tavanna Road. I know that you guys are already addressing water issues. We've had water issues since we built our house 25 years ago. And you can wait 3 or 4 days and still walk in the back of our property, which is basically right where the event parking possibly might be. And it's really gushy and mushy, so I know you guys are addressing that, and if we can just keep it from getting, it's always been bad, but if it can be kept from getting worse, that would be a terrific thing, because I really like my basement dry, and it's never been wet. The event parking, I guess, I don't know if it was clarified whether, I guess you guys are going to redress whether it's going to be there, or whether it's not going to be there? Is that?
No, we were talking before about so-called land bank parking, which is essentially, they've shown areas that could be used for parking in the future if there's a need, but they're going to be left grass or landscape now.
And that's what the event parking
No,
was?
that's not the event parking. The event
Okay.
parking is,
Basically, it will be all grass, but we are treated the ground so you can park on it as sink if it's needed.
Like you put the concrete, something goes in and then it's
It's
grassy?
underneath. You won't see it. It's underneath.
Okay, and just.
it's a sub-base that'll support cars.
Okay, all right. And, you know, I guess you've got a decent amount of shrubbery there. I'm concerned about privacy. You know, we've been very fortunate and very spoiled for many years to be able to look out on a beautiful kind of orchard. It's not really an orchard anymore, and it'd be nice to start to look at it again to a certain extent. But that concerns me. Back to the tax department, I remember a few years ago calling the tax department, what the hell's going on with my taxes? You guys must have made a mistake. And they said, no, you live on a very desirable street. You have a very quiet, beautiful street, and you should appreciate that, and that's the price that you pay for having that house in that street. So I said, well, okay, so I'm kind of hoping that I know my taxes are not going to go down if Bethany goes, you know, and that's not going to happen, but I certainly would like to know if it doesn't kind of take a hit. It would be kind of nice. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Good, I live at number 10 Toronto Road, and we do have a very bad problem with water. It's like a river that comes down from Bethany, right down my driveway and around my house. I become an island. Also, he's putting in this pathway, and he's putting in benches. And the benches are going to be behind my house from what I can tell from the map, which I would rather, if you could move that. Because when you stand on a higher ground, you can look right into my bedroom. So it's got to be worked between the water, and if he's going to be building any trees, there's some kind of privacy. And it's
Well, the area is wooded, and we're not touching.
not in the winter time, darling.
Yeah, that's like, maybe they should put up evergreen trees. Sorry, we forgot to say that. A lot of them.
We can move the benches.
Okay, but the important
And
thing
again-
though is the water and the privacy.
All right.
I'll go quick.
Yeah, I'll be quick.
Hi, my name's
Basically.
Dave Berger. I live at 37 Somerstown Road, which is basically right across. Everybody's talking about water a little bit. There's a main drainage pipe that comes out right in the middle, which is right across from our house. And also there's kind of like a drainage ditch right along Somerstown Road, which tends to, rain comes down, there's actually a hole in there. There's a rock wall. Are they doing anything with the rock wall that's in the front? On 133?
No.
Where it's down.
Well, it is, okay.
Where-
Which is
where it's-
great, yeah, because that's,
Over.
I'm right across from that, and water comes downhill and through, and we're just concerned with it now, they're not doing anything. We're concerned with the parking lot if they were doing anything, but now that they're not doing anything and taking off the ground, it should be.
There is a stormwater system that will
Right.
take care of everything that's to do with the parking lot. So there will be.
That's great. It's a beautiful property, and I'm sure it's like.
I'll be quick. 8 to 12 Havana Road. My main concern is the path that's going to be behind my house because of, you know, I'm saying basically what everyone else said before. You know, we bought the property there because we like the land. We were lucky not to have anybody behind us. Now I'm concerned about, you know, people floating around. We don't have curtains on our windows. We like the woods. We like the creatures, you know. So I guess what I want to know is, I don't know the end of my property and the beginning of this. And so I want to know where the trail's going to be and if I have to build a fence or not. That's all.
Most of the houses, and we can show those measurements, most of the
Yeah.
houses on Havana Road, I think you have like 40, 50 feet yourself at a minimum to the property. Then we have 100 feet to the trail. So you're at least 150 feet.
Okay. I guess I'd like to know, you know, not from a drawing, but by my feet, where the trail is exactly going to be. You know, that's all. Thank you.
Lisa Berger, 37 Somerstown Road. Just to elaborate on what my husband said in regards to the front, our house is directly across the street from the property. We've lived there for 22 years. So, you know, we've been through the floods, the water, the this, that, whatever. One thing I just want to point out for the board and for you guys planning, it's a state road. So where it comes to the drainage and it comes to the area there, it's not always the town, a plow, a snow, or this, that. You have to deal with the state. Whether they come, whether they do their job, whether they make sure that the ditch is clear so the water can flow. That's just an added, sorry, it's a bonus. It's not really a bonus, but just a piece that you guys should know, because when it does flood, and, you know, a lot of the houses on that side, it's not just the Tavano side, it's our side too. And a separate question that just, we have kids, and there are a lot of kids on the road in the neighborhood. Security. Maryknoll always had security, kind of taking care of the property, coming through the area. I didn't see anything on the plans or in any of the write-ups, if that was gonna be something that was gonna continue, or you were planning to have somebody, either somebody, I don't know, receiving kids when they come, or kids leaving, or you said people are gonna be living there. I was just kind of concerned if there were going to be any kind of check in, check out, you know, who's monitoring the space and who's kind of checking on what's going on. It's been, like we said, it's been quiet there for a really long time. There hasn't been a lot of hustle and bustle, but if there's going to be a lot of activity, I'm just kind of concerned who's going to be checking on, so letting us know what's going on or how it's going to be. Thank you. Good luck. Sure.
If it's quick, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So there will be groundskeepers, so there'll be somebody on the property all the time.
Okay.
There won't be people living there like an apartment. There'll be artists who come in for a few weeks at a time.
Right.
And in terms of your children arriving, we'll be running you know, either instructional programs during the day, after-school programs, and there'll be qualified staff there taking care of the kids, receiving them,
Okay.
making sure that there's safety precautions in place. Yeah, I would certainly welcome more of your input as we move
Oh,
forward.
no, you know, to be honest, I mean, we haven't introduced, or we didn't really, you know, we live right across the street, and we've been there for a long time, so, well, there's never anybody there. We walk around, you know, we've walked the grounds, we've walked there for years, but, you know, there's not a lot of people.
I think because when we were there, our cars are parked behind the building, you
Perhaps.
probably don't realize we're there. But feel free to walk around and see what it
No,
looks
that's
like.
fine, no, that's great.
Anybody else?
Keith Gordon, still 78 Hawks Avenue. I haven't pulled up stakes yet. I'm also a member of the Ossining Arts Council and a trustee of the Arts Council. I want to speak in favor of this proposal. I think that there's a potential for this center to be a very dynamic stimulation for the culture of Ossining and for the economy of Ossining. I recall at the inauguration of our new town supervisor, one of her themes was to bring the arts of all kinds, music, performing arts, visual arts, to the fore to stimulate the restaurants, to stimulate the tourism. And this is a godsend, or potentially will be. And I would encourage the board to work with the developers to meet the concerns of the neighbors who will be affected, but also to do what the town needs as well. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. I just want the record to note that it's 11:30 at night, and these meetings go ridiculously long. I know a number of other people who are interested in supporting this had to go home. Luckily, I'm retired, so I'll just sleep to 5 instead of till 4. But, you know, it's hard to have a public hearing with public input when you go endless hours. I came to the last meeting, which was also on my neighbor's property, and at 10:30 I went home, so I didn't get to hear their presentation. I would have liked to, but it was just getting ridiculously long.
Unlike David, we don't want to be here this late.
I know you don't, but nevertheless, this seems to be your pattern.
But you of all people have sat here through everything tonight, and you see what's involved in these projects. We're trying to give every project its due diligence.
Well, I
These
don't
are
know
all
what the
before
solution is,
board at
whether-
this point. We
whether
can't
it's
say
some-
you can't come next week, and next month you can. We can't do that, so. The applicants, you know, they submit the data, and we have to hear it.
But there is a point where...
We're here too.
Where the public hearing is defeating because the public can't meet at 3 a.m.
Right. Okay, board members, any comments?
I have just one. On the planting plan for blocking the headlights on the parking areas, if vegetation just could be planted in a more natural way as opposed to just moving over, it might require a few more plantings, but I think aesthetically it would be a plus.
Never hurts to have it. I don't have the plan in front of me, so I couldn't quite tell whether the neighboring properties were shown by name. Actually, I looked on this one, I couldn't see it. Some of the speakers were pointing, but they weren't sure where their properties were. And if it's not shown, I wonder if we could ask that you show all the property, neighboring properties by name, so that the neighbors would sort of know where they're. Yeah, okay, that'd be great. By the way,
Three sides. What about the water? What is he going to do with all that water that comes down? Because he's at a higher ground than the houses that are around him. How is he going to take care of that?
That's going to be
I mean, he
studied.
was on my property and on my driveway, and he saw all the parts of the trees, the leaves and the branches and everything just strewn on my driveway because it just pours down. What is he going to do about that?
I just want to say one thing. I do not have a water problem, but she has a serious water problem. And I've witnessed it myself when it rains. It literally just like, shoo, when there's heavy rain, it's just like, it's unbelievable.
At the bottom, I have
And
a lot of
then
water.
my driveway, there's a strip between her house and my house. The strip is like completely flooded every time it rains. But I know she has, I've never seen anything like it. It's unbelievable the way the water comes down. You know, and I'm not exaggerating. It's absolutely true.
That might be in a flood zone in that just particular area.
Yeah.
I'm at a low point.
Yeah, my house is higher, so I do not have a water problem, but she does.
Thank you.
Sure. You do.
When I spoke earlier, that's exactly what I was looking for from the applicant. We need them to show exactly how they're addressing it. They've shown some improvements to address it, but we need to go in a little deeper to make sure, exactly for the reasons you're expressing, that the stormwater the increase in stormwater is managed properly, and we'll take a look at your particular problem to see if there's anything they can do to perhaps even relieve that existing problem without too much effort. Thank you.
I'm all for this, by the way. I think it's a great idea to have the Arts Center in Ossining. We've needed it, and I think it'll be very welcome. Nonetheless, I have one concern, is that in arts facilities, often solvents are dumped down drains, and I'm wondering if there are any sort of special plumbing fixtures that could be put into your studio spaces that could help alleviate that problem. I know people are not supposed to dump their solvents, their turpentine and so forth down the drains, but they do sometimes. So I don't know if there are any...
I can answer your question that there are certain things that you can install to neutralize things that they will be installed. We hopefully will take into account that yes, sometimes people do put things in drains and keep it contained as much as possible. With like there's a marble chips. You can put it in a tank. The liquid will run over the marble. It will be neutralized before it goes into the sewer system. There's things that we will take into precaution for just these reasons of people are not as careful as they like.
So the marble chips would take care of
it
pH problems.
neutralizes,
Yeah.
right.
What about solvents? Are there any sort of, not settling tanks, but the opposite of a settling tank where you could have...
where you can separate.
You can separate,
They do make them. I'm not up on my plumbing ability as I was when I was a plumber, but they make, sort of separation tanks so that the water leaks out and the solvent stays, or vice versa, depending on.
Would you be able to provide any sort of details of something that you could add to your studio space?
Let me see
along those
what I can
lines?
come up with.
Okay,
Let me see what I can come
appreciate
up with.
that. Okay, great. Also, two questions about usage. And sorry, I missed one of the meetings where you probably described some of your planned uses. Do you plan a cafe space or like serve wine, and cheese at events, that sort of thing?
As far as the events go, we do have a full commercial kitchen that we plan to put back into service to feed the artists in residence, the kids who come by. As far as like a little cafe, I haven't really thought that far down to it.
Okay.
But there is a full commercial kitchen that will be re-outfitted appropriately and up to code to feed and to be an active kitchen.
That'd be great. And my last question is regards whether you are planning to have any facilities specially designed for dance events, ballet, modern dance, so far need special flooring?
We have one space, and we actually invited everyone to come, and again, the open invitation, we do have one space that we're planning to put in a sprung floor just for that purpose, for dancers, for people jumping up and down, save their ankles and their knees.
Great, good. Thank you very much.
Any comments?
I've actually went and toured the site, and I'm also, I think this is something that's actually great for Ossining. One of the people was, can you just talk a little bit about the orchard and the restoration of that?
Well, I hope to restore it. It's my understanding that it actually took up the whole back space. That it took up this whole back space. I'm not going to fill in all of it, partly buffer zone, partly just leaving the grass as it is. Right now, I think there's probably about 5 to 8 half-assed, excuse my language, trees that are still there. They're on their last legs.
Did you catch
So
that, Sandy?
I hope, to put more than just that, maybe a pear tree or something, a little bit of variety, but to restore the orchard, I think would be a great thing to be able to walk out into the orchard and pick an apple when needed.
Can I ask a quick question about that? Okay. In one of the diagrams, there are drawings, I think it was the one before this one, there was a suggestion of a chain link fence or something to go around to protect the trees from, I guess, deer, which, what's going on with that?
You talk about chain link?
No, it's a deer fence. When you establish in the orchard, the landscape architect suggested that we put a deer
Oh, yeah,
fence.
it's probably like that black plastic stuff. It's to
Yeah.
keep them
Temporarily?
when they're smaller trees, to keep the deer from
Okay,
eating them until they get big.
you know, deer jump like 6-7 feet, so
Right,
like,
this
the
is-
fence has to be pretty high.
Well, you generally keep
But
them
it's
about 6
temp-
feet, but it's really to
temp-
protect the
temporary-
tree temporarily until
Okay.
it grows large enough
Okay.
to where it won't be affected by their eating. But no, it's not it won't be a chain link fence, it'll just be a temporary protective fence.
Okay. David, I have a couple questions of you. We've yet to declare lead agency.
I think that went out. I'm pretty, do you know when it went out? Around the same date, May 20th perhaps, when?
No, it was May 12th.
May 12th.
So the 30 days haven't gone by, so I think you can. You declare the intent in April.
What's today's date?
14th.
Okay.
The
15th of June.
16th, I remember.
So you can't declare your intent. I mean, declare that you become lead
Okay.
agency.
The other thing is declare a negative declaration.
Right, I think we need the traffic information
Okay.
and the stormwater information for Dan. Then we would be in a position to
Okay.
get authorized to draft the neg deck.
Okay. So on the lead agency, do we vote on that?
I don't think you, just.
We already voted before. And
Yeah, you declared your intent.
Okay.
And you received no objections, so you have in effect become lead agency and you can announce that. So the record should show that same.
With that, there have been some good comments. We're going to continue the public hearing. If you can address those comments, the next meeting would be July 20th. And if you can submit new data, we appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the Butler subdivision?
That was 2 meetings ago, and last meeting the board's website.
Okay.
We have to wait this long.
Okay.
Am I gonna be in this? No.
You guys ready? Applicant's gonna- Okay, John.
Well, we went to in regards.
Any discussion, could you go out in the hall? We can't hear. Thank you.
We appeared before the zoning board of appeals in regard to the road frontage issue. And they decided that it would be best to have a joint review with the planning board on the matter. So we'd like to either chat about your decisions on that, or if you'd like to entertain the study we did on the 50-foot right-of-way and the extraordinary disturbance that it creates, we could do that as well.
Can't hear what he's saying very well.
Maybe we'll start off with Kathy, our town attorney. You had a report on the ownership of the road, and we had some thoughts on that. We're going to let her
Right, so I prepared a memo dated April 14th. It was for a meeting that the applicant didn't end up coming to. I don't know, did you receive a copy of that memo or is it online? Okay. So I know there was an issue raised about the ability to use the access road that's on a filed map. And this board had previously asked for information. The applicant provided a title report. There was also a survey report from a surveyor. I independently looked at the deeds, and the conclusion is that the applicant has the right to use Hillcrest Drive as access. It's on a filed map. The paper street rule creates an exception to the general rule that an easement can be extinguished by adverse possession. I know there was some claims or talks about adverse possession, but where you have an easement on a filed map, it can only be extinguished by united action of all the property owners that are on that filed map. And the subdivision map's pretty extensive. There's a lot of lots that are part of that subdivision. So absent that united action of all the property owners, everybody has the right to use that street and it has to be left open forever. So this board cannot determine private property rights, and it appears that from the evidence that the applicant has presented, that the applicant has the right to use Hillcrest Drive as access to the proposed lots. Now the issue before the zoning board is whether it has to be developed to the full town width standards of 50 feet, or whether the zoning board thinks it's better to grant a variance to allow it to have frontage on a road that's not developed to 50 feet wide to town standards. And I think what the applicant submitted, and you could ask your consultants to weigh in on it, is that there would be more impacts if the road were developed to 50 feet wide. But you can certainly consider that if you wanted to.
And have you had a chance to look at that?
Yeah, we prepared a memo to touch on what we recently received. To touch on what we recently received, which was basically showing a proposed right-of-way to accommodate a road meeting town road standards, which was consisting of showing a cul-de-sac and I believe a 10-foot widening strip, which would provide the necessary right-of-way to do a town-approved road. Based on that and the previous stuff we had, I had a couple of comments that I'll just read into the record. The profile and grading plan should be required to evaluate the disturbance associated with this alternative. It's recommended that the applicant prepare a table which compares the disturbance associated with the common drive and town road alternatives. The overall disturbance, slope disturbance by category, wetlands disturbance, and wetlands buffer disturbance should be compared to the table. In that the board is being asked to give an opinion as to what has more or less disturbance, you may want to actually be able to develop a way to make that comparison without seeing how the cul-de-sac would be graded, which also even dovetails into another bit of disturbance because now you're creating more impervious. The town road would have to be at a lesser grade, and the additional impervious would also require installing stormwater management improvements, which again would be just more impact on addressing that particular alternative. The one bit of old business, I guess, that comes up is that we did verify with the New York State DEC environmental mapper that a portion of the state wetlands O-14 may be located on the property. The entire property is within the wetlands check zone. Therefore, wetlands needs to be flagged and confirmed by the New York State DEC to determine the extent of the property regulated under the New York State DEC and town regulations. The topography sort of indicates that there isn't wetlands on the property, but the DEC clearly shows that the wetlands boundary should be delineated on this property so that can be determined. Based upon where the sewer line goes, perhaps the sewer line's in the state wetlands, but based upon, again, as I said, that there's a state wetlands between this property and the state highway, so it would indicate that that check zone should be, or the wetlands boundary should be delineated with the DEC to determine what we're dealing with.
So Dan, just to interject for a minute, so we're presuming that there could be DEC wetland buffer, or the wetland itself, or the buffer could be on this property? I guess that
I mean,
would be-
according to the DEC mapping, it almost appears that the wetlands on the property, but the topography that the applicant provided, I would be surprised if it is, but I think the bottom line is because the DEC check zone, I think actually goes all the way up to Gordon Avenue.
So that could be a town regulated wetland as well.
It may be a town regulated wetland, but clearly from, the DEC's freshwater regulations would require that line be determined. And then, I'm sorry.
I just said thanks.
Okay. And then finally, in light of the recently adopted legislation that relates to steep slopes and building lots, and that's come into place since we first saw this application, that we should just verify that the 3 proposed lots are compliant with that new legislation in terms of the amount of steep slopes.
David, you have any other comments?
I don't have anything.
This is not a public hearing as of yet, but one of the things we're talking about is possibly opening the public hearing at the next meeting to start get comments from the public and things like that. Any of the board members, any comments specifically?
Well, can we get a little direction? I understand what Dan has said.
Right.
About having numbers to compare tables, slopes and this and that. But it's pretty clear, I think, that construction of a town road is just going to destroy everything. I mean, the disturbances greatly exceed what was proposed by the applicant, and the end result would still be 3 lots with an extraordinary amount of disturbance. So it would appear not to make a lot of sense to cause all that disturbance and still have 3 lots when a minimal amount of disturbance could occur and have the 3 lots. Now, whether your board really needs to have that quantified in numbers and go through all that exercise, I question the need for that. It's just an added expense that the applicant has to incur to demonstrate what's obvious by desktop analysis. If you take a look at, Greg, I know you can understand this, but if you take a look at the grading that's required for this cul-de-sac to occur, you're padding this whole thing. And you're having to slope this down. It's just a tremendous amount of regrading. So, sure, money no object, build a town road, an extraordinary amount of disturbance, completely out of character with an neighborhood. It would be larger than Gordon Avenue, it would be larger than Deer Trail, be larger than Blue Lantern that goes behind the briars. I mean, Blue Lantern here, I mean, these are, 18-foot wide roads at best, coming up through here, all the way through here. it's just totally out of character there.
You know, maybe this may all be moot, because I guess the issue is, I mean, just looking at the applicant's own slope map, Lot 2 may not comply with the new slope legislation. So I think that's something that could probably be tabulated pretty quickly. I think you need to know whether all three of these lots comply with the new legislation.
Okay, that's item number 4.
And I, quite frankly, I mean, I guess the state wetlands is also another important issue that.
Yeah, I'd be real interested for someone to come up here and put their finger on, say that's where the state wetlands is.
I'm just going by what their environmental.
Has anybody walked this property?
I couldn't even find it.
All right.
I'm real close to it, I couldn't find it.
I mean, the bottom line is, the topo, like I said, the topo makes it seem unlikely. But for better or for worse, the DEC shows it on their mapper, which in turn requires that the check zone be checked.
So if we take that thought a bit further, the stream comes down through here, so that all the properties along Old Chappaqua Road, between Old Chappaqua Road and this property, are on and in the state DEC wetlands.
No, it doesn't come that way.
Well, actually, the
Because they're lower elevations.
they're not in, they may not be in the state wetlands, but they're in the check zone. So theoretically, if somebody wanted to develop on any of those properties along Chappaqua Road, east of, say, where Gordon Avenue would theoretically, when Gordon Avenue comes in, would be within the DEC check zone for wetlands 014.
So any activity in this check zone would have to be before the planning board and get a DEC permit.
Right, as well as the people on the other side of the right-of-way.
That's interesting to know. And certainly this property is substantially higher.
How long are you gonna be?
A couple more minutes. Yeah, make your comments.
I tried walking around here also, and I had a hard time figuring out where exactly I was on the maps. And I'd like to ask that we have another, because I think there may have been a site walk, but I either didn't hear about it or I wasn't able to make it. I'd like to get out there and have someone sort of orient me. Secondly, when I was out there.
I'm sorry, this is what you'd like?
I'd like to do a site walk. Okay. So that I know where I am relative to the proposed lots. And one of the main things that I want to look at and determine is the relationship of one wetland that I did see, which was actually quite extensive. But it looked to me like it was off the site.
I guarantee you it is.
But it was close. I can guarantee you it was pretty close. But it was on the uphill side. So I'd like to get a better sense of where that wetland is that I saw relative to these.
Let's just refer to the steep slope drawing.
If you'd like, I can point out where I saw the wetland that we were speaking of.
At any point, if you want to do a walk, I can meet you over there.
Can you,
Sandy has all my contact information, all I do with that.
Okay, thank you.
Can we imagine a wetlands in these slopes? We're told that the slopes are too steep.
The wetland I'm
How do
speaking of-
wetlands occur on steep slopes?
Well, I'm telling you, there is a wetland nearby, but it's on the uphill side, to the right. You know, we're right on that diagram. You're pointing to the lower left.
Up here?
Yeah. Well, you want me to point out right here?
Yeah.
And my initial sense is that it's off the property, but that it's somewhere, it's somewhere like this. So, just so you know what I saw. driveways were part of right-of-ways and so forth, because driveways went right into houses where they look from the maps like they should continue along. So it's better to have, like, get a clearer idea of the layout.
I think we all need to go visit the site, and if you make it available for us to do it on a Saturday or a Sunday, or give us 2 Saturdays and Sundays. Because I tried to drive over there, and it's literally, it's real close to my house, and I did 2 Hillcrest Road, whatever it was, I was like, I couldn't even see it on the, I couldn't even find 3 or 1 or whatever. It was very confusing.
At any point.
Very much.
But will we be available, will we be notified of when you guys are there? Because we'd like to be there as well.
Got one comment to make, actually. There's a new section of the code, Jim. I can give you the citation 200-6, capital F1, 200-6, capital F1. And it says, with respect to a conventional subdivision, at least 75% of the minimum lot area shall consist of neither wetland nor extremely steep slopes. So that's a calculation you'll need to do. This got enacted in December of last year.
Extremely was
Over 35%.
35?
Yeah. And Jim, in order to be regulated, it needs to be at least 4,356 square feet in size.
35% plus.
Okay, so that would be
I mean, okay, I can tell you from, you know, the proposed lot 2 is 30,000 square feet, which would be the minimum size for the zone, right? So if you go to the slope analysis for lot 2, let's see, so the 35% plus category is 16.6%. And I'm sorry, what did the code say?
The code says,
Like 70%?
what percentage was that?
35% covering a minimum horizontal area of 1/10
Right.
of an acre.
Did you say 30% or 35%?
16.6% of the lot is greater than 35.
35. So,
So
70 would be 30,
so it's okay.
80 would be 20,
But
we're less than 20.
but did we change it, were we weighting the slope categories? Wasn't there a?
no,
I never, okay.
no.
Okay, so it's only the 35
And
plus.
then how about the other lot?
The other lots are bigger.
I thought there were 2 that were just about the same
I
size.
think, let's see.
30,000.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, lot 3 is 30,000, and that one's fine, it's only 0.6%. The big lot, 20.4, but it's 60,000, roughly, so almost 60,000 square feet.
So if you could just provide those calculations, Jim, showing that you're meeting this section.
Okay.
That's basically item 4 of Dan's letter.
Right.
I agree that the conventional road is going to be very disruptive back there, and it's so much greater than all the roads coming into it. I really don't know about doing that exercise. I think it's...
It seems like he went through this exact exercise to get exactly what you're saying, to get the variance. So I would like to see the entire thing go through. If he's gonna do this drawing and try to argue that
it's different from the rest of town, then he should do exactly what was asked for. Because it seems like he was doing this just to force the variance. I could be wrong, but that's what it seems like to me. And you're making it easy by giving them, yeah, just do the drawing once and you know what, you're right, the rest of the streets don't match, and therefore you don't have to do anything else. And we'll go back to the zoning board and give them the variance. That's what it seems like to me.
No, it's just,
It's obvious to some of us anyway, that the town road would be just highly environmentally destructive. Highly environmentally destructive.
Maybe so, but then why give them the variance?
I'm not addressing the variance, I'm just telling you the conclusion without Jim having to do the regrading, draw all those lines. I think that the planning board engineering consultant and I would agree that it would just be an environmental disaster to build a town road out there.
Okay, and then it brings it back to the original thing. If the road is not wide enough, how can you provide the safety for the people that live right there? There's no way 2 cars can drive on that thing, no matter
Well,
what.
I think the issue of the spec for this enhanced driveway is still up in the air.
Okay.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but Jim has proposed a 16-foot wide driveway. I don't know what the composition is, but the planning board hasn't agreed that that's the proper size for the driveway.
And then the other thing, and I mention this every time, but it never gets addressed. The improvement that Jim wants to do here only starts from when the slope goes down. So
No,
the paper road.
I think the improvement starts at the very beginning, doesn't it?
No, not from Deer Trail.
Is there some widening?
No.
I didn't show.
Nope.
Well,
Nope.
You may need to.
Pardon me?
You may need to.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. Well, no, 'cause what I've seen and what he said every other time is the only improvement he planned on doing is from the plotters that they look on moving to where the slope goes straight down, where my driveway actually begins, where my property is my property. So from that, my property all the way to Deer Trail, it's 12 feet wide of pavement, which I did. And there's no way 2 cars get in and out of it, ever.
I think it's going to be, I know it's going to be up to the board, assuming that variances are granted. It's going to be up to the board to decide what the appropriate specs are for an enhanced driveway.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Where the improvement starts and where it ends, the turnaround looks like.
How many properties are going to be sharing that length that you're concerned about?
Two along the property right now. It's 1 and 3 Hillcrest, and then essentially 2 Hillcrest. But if you build the other 2 back there, it'd be
And
4.
four Hillcrest. 4 Hillcrest also.
It's 4 Hillcrest, I'm sorry. That would be using that road. But my concern is that road.
Oh, I know exactly what you're
It's
talking about.
crazy.
Mark and I
We
live
live
on
on the
Paper
same
Street.
thing.
It's crazy. So, I mean, once cars start going in and out of there, where are they going? The only place they're going is either back of my driveway, or they're gonna have to back it all the way out, and they're gonna worry about somebody else getting hit.
120 seconds from your house, we can find you 3 or 4 paper streets that have the same issue.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's great, but it's not out of the ordinary for our neighborhood. I don't live far from it.
Just want to put it in public.
I hear you.
And it is, you were saying that you want to be oriented out there. It's difficult to picture that paper street. I was out there with George years ago. And it's difficult to know exactly where you are.
Well, if you pick a date, you can certainly accommodate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to do more than 2 people walk there, or that's just?
If you're gonna have more than 2 people, you technically have to do this, if you could put it on the website that you're going on a particular day, so that everybody has notice of it. And otherwise,
If it's easier, we could do 2 separate times.
Or do it 2 at a time,
Yeah.
so that you don't.
Because I said I drove over there, I gave up, because I did it twice, I was like, I'm lost. And with GPS, and I live right there. Whatever's easier.
Should we suggest some dates, or does the property owner? We're talking weekend, I guess, right? Saturday or something?
Yeah, any Saturday or Sunday. And basically any day we're just going to be flexible.
Do you have a preference, your availability?
Whatever works for you guys, we can make work.
We'll get back to you with some suggested dates. Back to the, what's the feeling of the board about having Mr. Vinoli fully engineer that 50-foot right-of-way with the grading and everything else? As David just mentioned, there's no shortcut in terms of what the road is going to be, the paved area, even if it's within the 40 feet, that has to be determined. That's up in the air, that's going to be something that's determined. But to go through an exercise of something where you have to have a road that's, what, 24 feet wide, town road, and technically you got to have street lights, and what's the circle there, 110 or 120 at the end, cul-de-sac?
Well, it's 85 foot pavement.
And probably 110 foot is right away, right?
Yeah, 85 foot pavement was the revised standard. It used to be a 30-foot wide road, right, and then 120 foot when Russ was. Then we went down a 24-foot wide road with an 85-foot paved and cul-de-sac, and then 110-foot diameter right of way, going down to 50 foot.
Okay. Does the board agree with that? That it's an exercise and something that would never...
I mean, reserve the right to change our mind.
Yeah, but the other items on here, though, you know, the steep slopes, as we, slopes and else, do that, and also the New York DEC thing that Dan had mentioned, you can address those items. But the,
Yeah, how do you want to do the DEC issue?
I mean, the DEC is doing gross mapping, but unfortunately, their website indicates it needs to be checked. It looks like there's just a drainage ditch down by the state highway. But, you know, maybe they'll just come out there and say it's a drainage ditch. It's not.
Would you like the DEC to come out?
I don't think you have a choice.
Okay.
You know, most of the property appears in the check zone. It doesn't make sense, but it's in there, so we have an obligation to have them confirm whether that is or isn't wetlands. But like I said, you know, the topo doesn't make it look that way, and it just appears there's nothing more than a drainage ditch down at the bottom.
Just to sort of put the procedure in context. They need to get back to the zoning board of appeals at some point in time to see if they can get the variances. And if they can get the variances, they would come back here to do the subdivision review. So presumably, there would not be a positive declaration on this. Presumably, at some point in time, when we're comfortable issuing a PADIAC for both us and the ZBA and any other involved agency, then we would come back to the zoning board of appeals to try to get the variance.
at this point, we still need a public hearing, even though we're just making recommendations, so we do need a public hearing. Can we open that for the next meeting? Agree with that? So that is July 20th. Yeah. Meeting July 20th, Sandy, maybe we'll schedule a public hearing for this.
Stephen, can I ask you if it could be earlier in the calendar, because we waited to the end of this time, and also last time when the developer didn't show up, we stayed at the end of the calendar until they weren't here.
4 public hearings is a lot for one night. These were, this wasn't arrived at tonight, it was arrived at another time. And it's obviously just too much, because every project, you know, has its issues. The time has to be spent on them, and tonight, you know, we've had some very lengthy projects. So all your points well taken.
Let's do the agenda in reverse. So this is first.
Alphabetical is
Alphabetical?
Yeah.
J for Jim?
A for art.
A for art.
Bethany.
It's all right, okay.
We're not on a good night this time.
No, we'll take that into account. So I think that's it.
Do we need to do anything for that public hearing, or is the advertisement and whatnot taken care of by town?
That's taken care of by the town.
Could I ask a question? When would the public be notified about the findings about the DEC and steep slopes issues that the town engineer discussed?
Yeah, yes, correct.
I would hope the applicant looks into that in advance of the meeting, but it would clearly have to be an issue that needs to be resolved prior to closing the public hearing. It's a critical piece of information you should know.
We will copy the planning board on all correspondence to the DEC. I'll call them as soon as I can, hopefully something is still there. And certainly keep everybody apprised of what's going on. And we'll send a copy of that steep slopes, section F1. Send it as a separate letter tomorrow.
Could you actually put it on the plan, little table on the
Oh,
plan?
sure. What would you like to do? Absolutely. Acreage or aerial, square footage, or
Yeah, maybe do it on the slope map.
comparison table?
Yeah. Well, just-
And like a zoning table?
Yeah, some sort of showing that each lot complies
Sure.
with that section. And you can just submit copies to Sandy.
I'm sorry?
And you can just submit copies to Sandy of that plan.
Yes.
One quick question. How far is the first house from my property line? Kokoza?
Greater than 20 feet.
20 feet?
The building envelope would be 20 feet, but the homes that are anticipated at this time would be further than 20 feet.
Wow, how many feet would that be?
And that's about 6 more feet.
Okay. All right, so 26 feet. And what will be in between that house and my property line? No trees, no?
Woods, let's look at the regrading.
This is something that can be dealt with.
Well, that area is shown.
I'm sorry, I
to
came
be-
prepared for that, for this tonight.
Maybe you could just separately speak.
Yeah.
No, I
I
want to speak in front of
thought you all
everybody.
want to go home,
I mean,
but you're on this board for a reason, right? We sat here at 12:30 at night.
This isn't a public hearing.
well, we have no idea.
The
We all
public
came
hearing,
prepared.
everything goes on record, and all you can
I
get.
understand, I just want to know how far it is and how high the house is that's going to overlook into my backyard and into my windows. That's all I want to know.
Well, these are not building permit plans. So I cannot tell you how high the house is going to be because that occurs when the building permit is issued. However, these plans show the first floor to be at 311. I don't know what elevation your house is.
My house is below that wall. That wall is about anywhere from, starts at 3 feet to about 11 feet high.
So the wall elevation is 290, and the first floor is, on this plan, although that may not be final, it's 311.
All right, so what is that in
20
feet? 20 feet?
21.
Okay, so 21 feet plus the 8 feet, so 30 feet above. So I'll have this house looking into my backyard with absolutely no privacy anymore. So that means we can't use our swimming pool, my kids can't be out there, the dog can't be out there. because you're putting a house on top of my house.
No, that's a DEC wetlands, isn't it?
Yes, yours is a DEC wetland, you're in the DEC wetland. Do you want to see the map? Obviously, you didn't do your homework. I can show you this, when you had pointed, the wetlands is in this area, covering your property. Here you go. This is your property. This is from the DEC website.
Yeah, that's nice, but those are maps and drawings.
Oh, so they don't mean anything, right?
Not really, it has to be checked in the field.
Okay, so you should check the field, and your sewer line is coming from the wetlands.
I don't think so.
Please, board, please do your job, okay? I'm really dead serious on this.
Please show up at the public
This
hearing.
man does not even live in the house. He rents out his home. He rents out his home to someone else. He doesn't live there. He lives in Pleasantville. We're all homeowners who live in our homes. This is not fair.
And if you stand on the corner of our property in the backyard
Absolutely not fair.
and just look up the hill where he wants to build, it's like looking into a mountain. So I give you the invitation to come to my property and stand on the corner and look up at the mountain that he wants to build a house on.
So there's a public hearing on July 20th.
We'll all be here. Thank you.
And it goes on public record, everything you say. And that's it for tonight. Motion to adjourn. In terms of the minutes, Sandy didn't get a chance to print them up, so we're going to do the minutes at the next meeting. So we're not going through those tonight. We do have a Riverville scoping section next Monday on the 22nd, 7:30. Everybody's aware of that. And I'm not sure what the work session on July 5th is. But anyway, just keep them on the 22nd.
We set a record.
Yeah, it's later